Hello everyone and welcome to Temperance Tarot. I'm so excited to get started reading for you. This is a brand new channel for me and I'm really excited about it. My name is Kelsey and I've been reading tarot for many years, but have never read on YouTube, so this is going to be a new adventure and I'm so excited that you're here with me for the journey. All right, let's get started. So today I have 3 piles for you. I've already selected crystals for each pile. We've got clear quartz, which will be with pile 1. This is raw serpentine. It's a Peruvian serpentine with a little bit of magnetite. And then this is a moss agate. So you might already know which pile you want just from your crystals. If you'd like to, I've put the timestamps for each pile in both a pinned comment below and in the tarot video description. You can go ahead and go to your pile whenever you feel like during this introduction. But if you would like to stay and watch me pull some cards, we're going to pull 3 cards together from this oracle deck. This is a beautiful oracle deck. It's from the Mystical Shaman Oracle. You can see here. We'll go ahead and flip these cards upright. I have the cards mixed both upside down, reversal. Don't be afraid of reversals, especially in this oracle deck. A lot of times they mean something quite positive, even in the reversal. It's all about working with energy and how it flows. So we'll pull cards. I will take them just in the upright today, but we will read both meanings, upright and reverse, and the overall meaning for each card for each pile once we get to the piles. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle these a little bit more since I showed you some cards from it. We'll just get those all mixed back in. These cards are a little big, a little hard to shuffle, so I apologize. All right, go ahead and see what we've got here. I think that is going to be for pile 1. Oh, and I don't think I said what this reading is about. You can see it in the title, but we are looking at what you need to know for this month. Now, this is a timeless reading. You can refer to this reading whenever you come across it. That one. All right, thank you, cards. So you can refer to this reading whenever you come across it. You might look at it for the entire month that you are just about to enter into or that's upcoming, or you can just do, 30 days from today. You can look at it as the moon month, so whichever works well for you. If you're approaching a full moon or a new moon, some people look at the month more on moon cycles. So just whatever's right for you is right. And whenever you come to this reading is when you're meant to find it. So welcome. I'm going to give you just a little bit of time to look at these cards. If you want to go ahead and go to your timestamp, you may. Otherwise, we will go ahead and flip them. I know some people like to just pick without seeing their cards, so that's why I wanted to give you a moment if you did. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and flip them together. And we'll start with pile 1. So for pile 1, we have the corn, which is actually interesting because that is one of the cards that was shown when I showed you just an example of the pack. So very interesting there. It's number 10. Okay. So the corn with clear quartz. Pile 1. We have water for pile 2. Beautiful card. I love the colors in this deck. And that is number 61. Okay. And Luminous Warrior. Gorgeous. Really interesting to see the moon there after we were just talking about that. 2 moons. And that is number 32. Okay. I will also give you a few moments here to look at your choices here. And I'll see you in your readings. Hi, Pile 1. Welcome to your pile preparation. So I've got several decks to the side of my desk on this, off the screen. You can't see them, but I'm going to show them to you one by one, and we will go through, do some shuffling, and pull some cards from each deck that we will not see until we actually get to your pile, you know, the official tarot reading. So if you do not want to watch the pile preparation, please do not feel that you need to. You can just skip ahead to the timestamp that is listed for the actual tarot reading of pile 1. But if you'd like to watch the preparation, welcome. I love to have you here with me. We're going to draw 2 cards from this deck. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. So that deck looks like this. This is a guidebook. It's a beautiful deck. Every card has incredible meaning written into the guidebook that really allows you to dive deep into your own individual psyche and relationships, the flow of energy, the way the elements work in the natural world, and so on and so on. Highly recommend this deck. It is technically a tarot deck, but I'm using it more like an oracle deck here, just for the purpose of this reading today. So go ahead and get started. Just drawing a couple cards from this deck. That is one, and actually feeling this top one. All right, put this deck aside. So the next oracle deck that I'll be drawing some cards from is the Nature's Whispers. That's the guidebook. And I'll list all of these tarot decks in a comment and also in the information below. So if you want to get any of them for yourself, you can take a look into them. These are pretty big cards. I've pre-shuffled, but I always like to shuffle on camera too, just so you can kind of pull your energy in. Those of you who are watching pile 1, get some of your energy in to these cards here as we go through. Feeling this one. We'll do one more. Actually feeling that one there. All right. And then last but not least of our oracle decks for today, we've got this beautiful deck. Is the Goddess Love Oracle. These cards are a little bendy sometimes, so try not to flex them too much. Keep them nice. And I am feeling both of these. All right. So those will be what we'll use for your oracle cards today. And I always like to stack them smallest to largest so we can kind of see all of them. There we go. All right, and then I'm going to be using 3 different tarot decks for your reading. However, this Mucha deck, I am actually going to save, got a little cat hair in there. I'm going to save and use this for any clarification needed during your reading, so I won't be pre-drawing any of these tarot cards, but in case you're interested when you see them come out, they are from the Tarot Mucha. Beautiful deck. I love all the illustrations in this deck. It has a tiny little guidebook, but very useful for just some quick information about the cards if you're not familiar with tarot or want to know how this artist particularly interprets them. But yeah, this was actually one of my first decks that I ever was given, and kind of helped get me into tarot, so they're much loved, lots of good energy. So I'll set this deck aside for now, and then we'll just bring it out again in your reading. And then these other 2 decks, so I'll be pulling just a few cards. We'll kind of see what comes out. I don't have a predetermined number of tarot cards that I'll pull, but just kind of what feels right for each reading. So these cards belong to the Ask the Witch tarot deck. Some really great illustrations and really interesting, insightful interpretations of the card in this guidebook too. Highly recommend those. And then these cards are from the Wildwood Tarot. Probably familiar if you watch. Oh, we've got, well, interesting. All right, I am gonna flip that over because I don't want to. But we'll see if that card comes out in your reading. That was the balance card. Yeah, the temperance card. So interesting. But this is the deck. And I'm sure if you've watched other tarot readers here on YouTube, you've probably seen these cards used. They're quite popular. And as you can see, they're well loved. They're a little marked. They do tend to kind of wear a little bit on the back, which is, you know, just a sign that they're quite useful. All right, so we'll pull a few from each deck, get started shuffling these. And I do tend to use reversals when I am drawing for my own personal readings, but I will be mostly sticking to uprights as I flip the cards over during your readings today. Feel free, if you like to take reversal meanings and you know what those mean to you personally, to of course add in those interpretations as you're watching. I probably will do some future readings with reversals, but today, just for simplicity, we're going to just stick to the upright meanings. All right, get started, see what comes out here. Your energy is quite talkative, actually, so I'm going to go with those 4 from this deck. And go ahead and shuffle these. This will be the last part of the preparation, and then we'll move on to your tarot reading after this. I love these cards. They fit perfectly in my hands. They're so easy to shuffle. I love to do readings for my friends and family with this deck in particular because I really resonate with it. Okay. Maybe get some cards for reading number 1. feeling the bottom card here. 2 more bottom cards. No, 3 bottom cards. I think we'll get 2 more from this deck. I really love having this deck kind of anchor the story of my reading. Oh, well, I decided not to take any that flipped over, but so we'll just remember that this star card did flip for you. Thank you very much. We'll kind of keep that in mind, but I think that's going to be more for those of you who decided to watch this shuffling, because I did tell the decks, oh my goodness. Queen of Bows as well, Queen of Wands, beautiful. Yeah, so obviously with Star and Queen of Wands, this is a little bonus for those of you who watch the pile preparation. Very spiritual cards. Obviously, you've come to the right place. I definitely resonate with both of those cards, and yeah, I might talk about them a little bit in the reading, but we'll kind of see what comes up, if it is relevant or if it's just kind of a nod to those of you watching right now. Got one there, and this one. Okay, beautiful. All right, pile 1, thank you for watching the preparation with me. I am going to go ahead and pause the video so I can kind of get set up, get situated for the reading, but we will be right back. I look forward to seeing you in the reading. Hello, my beautiful pile 1. I am so excited to get started with your reading today. So just as a quick breakdown, if you skipped the pile preparation, we did go over kind of what cards were being drawn. I showed the shuffling and drawing from several oracle decks and a couple of tarot decks. I also have a tarot deck that I'll be using just for clarification that I didn't pre-draw any cards from. But if you want to see what any of the cards are, or any of the decks are that the cards I'm drawing today, what decks they belong to essentially, you can certainly refer to that pile picking video, or you can look in the comments below, and I will have listed all of the 6 decks that I am using today in this, 7 decks that I'm using today in this reading, because I have this one as well. So we'll start out with, sorry for the shakiness of my camera setup. I'll try not to bang on the table too much, but so this card I am going to read from the guidebook about. I will show it to you first, and then if you want to take a little screenshot, feel free to do so. And this is from the Mystical Shaman Oracle. So the corn. Corn represents the mother of sustenance and tangible abundance. This symbol represents material prosperity in the world of form that provides stability and sustenance to many. There is more than enough. And then there are a couple of additional interpretations here. And the intention here is if you receive the card in the upright, that you read the invitation. And if you receive the card in the reverse, that you read the medicine, which I really love the approach of this oracle deck. So we'll go ahead and read both. Feel free to fasten forward if you don't want to listen to this section, but I do think it's a beautiful guidebook, and I think it's really going to be relevant to the reading today. So I'll go ahead and read that. So the invitation. You planted a beautiful field of dreams and worked hard. Even in moments when you were losing faith, you continued. Now the spirit of the corn comes to honor this and show you a bountiful harvest. This is the time to reap the rewards of hard work and trust, whether those rewards are financial or the kind of prosperity measured in quality rather than quantity. You are so blessed when this symbol appears. Don't forget to share your good fortune. Beautiful. And now the medicine. Beware of shortcuts to your dreams or a fast track being offered to you now. Be especially mindful of your feelings of entitlement or an expectation to get something for nothing. This is a time for gratitude, perseverance, and humility. Be prepared to work towards your goals and plant the seeds of your intentions consciously and respectfully. Release any insecure thoughts of scarcity, feeling that there is not enough, or worry that someone else could take what is yours. Know that the universe will always provide, but you must be in a relationship with it in order to receive. You will reap what you sow. Take heart, even if you didn't plant well and have conjured up the illusion of a drought. There is always a new season to begin again. I love this oracle deck so much, and I feel like every time I read from it, I get so much from both messages. And, everything happens in cycles, just like we're reminded here with the planting of a crop and the harvesting, the growth from your hard labor, which you can apply to any part of your life that feels like it's resonating, whether that's in relationship, intimate, family, friends, whether it's in work or a project that you're doing, whether it's in, saving for your future or in school if you're learning and building towards your, hoped for career path. Any of those areas are relevant. I'm sure you can think of even more. Health as well. So just looking at this picture here, something that really stuck out to me was these 5 birds flying here. They look like crows, which obviously there's a lot of association between corn and crows. We've got scarecrows to keep crows away from fields of corn. And we've got the sun here as well, and it's really interesting that it's a half sun. It originally came out, this card, in reverse, and so in a way it almost looks like the sun could be, rising or setting. So if that has a relevance to you, they talked about the dawning of a new season and perhaps the dawning of a new day or a new time in your life, which of course always comes after the setting of a different season and a different time in your life. So I'm getting those messages around change, around a fruitful period in your life, either coming to a close and it's time to harvest what you've really worked hard to sow, or perhaps you're starting to plant those seeds or envisioning planting those seeds. Maybe some of you are starting a garden and it's very, very applicable. Maybe you're even planting corn if you're a farmer. But it's, if you're watching this during the same time of the year, and if you're in the northern hemisphere like I am, I'm in central United States, this is the time when we start thinking about, our gardens and what we're going to be planting, and those who are producers start tilling the land. And so I feel like there's a lot of relevance here. One of thinking about those new beginnings and those transitions and those times going from winter into spring, and thinking about summer and preparing for, what are you going to want to harvest at the end of this warm season this year. Now, of course, if you're not watching this during the time when I'm posting it, completely can still be relevant. Apply it as it resonates with you. Perhaps even if the weather outside is, flipped-flopped from what I'm talking about. Maybe you're in the southern hemisphere right now. Think about a time, or apply it to what area of your life feels like it's resonating with this. Maybe there's an area of your life that in the winter you actually spend more time on, maybe a craft or cultivating those relationships with family, because the days are shorter and the nights are longer, and we spend more time kind of huddled inside. And traditionally we would spend a lot of time with our elders and storytelling and cultivating those relationships and passing on that knowledge down to the next generation. So perhaps that's more relevant for you when you're finding this. So all different ways you can apply this message. All right, so I think we'll move on to our next card here. our next set of cards, but feel free to take any meaning you wish from the visual here. I think it's just absolutely beautiful. All right. We will talk about your crystal here in a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and lay out your cards first so you can start to see that beautiful spread of cards that we've pulled for you today, and then we'll talk about your crystal and get into your oracle and your tarot cards here. I've got your cards set aside that we pulled in the pile picking. So we've got a few cards from each oracle deck here. I'll go ahead and reveal these. So your first oracle card is vulnerability. It's a beautiful image. Also has an interesting display of light up there, and this is number 34, if that has relevance for anyone. I know that's a special number for me. Okay, and then let love be your beacon. Gorgeous illustrations there. Butterflies and bunnies. Definitely some forest energy. Next oracle card is Ignite. Another bunny. And this one is a number 15. Oh, there we go. Number 15, release your potential. Ignite, beautiful. Let's scoot these over, make some more room here. Okay, flow, beautiful. Number 11, Lakshmi. Let goddess blessings enrich your life. Okay. I'm going to scooch this over just a little bit. There we go. All right. Got a couple more oracle cards here. Let's see if we can fit them in. So this one is Thought. Number 18. And King of Earth. So that is equivalent to the King of Pentacles in a traditional tarot deck. And then the Empress. Beautiful. The Five of Wands. Interesting. We have the 5 here. I was wondering if that might come up later. The Knight of Cups. Okay. And the 6 of Wands. Wow. Okay. So we're going to start with these. I do have some other pre-drawn tarot cards, but I'm going to use these as an additional message. So we will get to these, I promise. I'm going to set them aside for right now. All right, let me take a look at your spread here. Hopefully you can see everything. Just going to adjust this a little bit. Kind of scooch everything up. Thanks for your patience, guys. I'm getting used to this new filming setup and a little bit of growth pains, but we'll get there. Okay. Wonderful. So, what I am seeing in your cards with Let Love Be Your Beacon, kind of centering your reading. I feel like everything is kind of drawing in to this beautiful, rich orange color here with this light that she's holding in front of her chest. With, actually, I thought they were butterflies, but now that I look closer, I see that they are moths circling around, being drawn into that light. I feel like almost all of these cards and these messages are also being drawn in, and this is kind of where everything starts. So we're going to start with this card. So with Let Love Be Your Beacon, I feel like your central message for this month is exactly that. Focus on love. when you're thinking about going forward in your month, I want you to pull into mind the mental image of this card. The guidebook for this card actually talks about when you're going into a new situation, which is quite relevant with kind of the transition and going into a new situation like we were talking about with the corn card, that you can actually do a visualization and imagine yourself filled with light and love, and that is going to greatly impact the situation that you're going into. So even if you've already started a new situation, every day is a new day, and you can start off that day with that image of being filled with that love and bringing that in with you wherever you go. And even if you lose touch with that, maybe you're dealing with difficult people or people who clearly do not come with that same idea of bringing light and love into the space. And we all know and encounter, and unfortunately permanently will always be around people like that, most likely. But you can be the one who sets the tone, sets the pace, and also just, most importantly, stays true to how you want to show up in integrity in that situation, which is really coming from, that centered, grounded place within yourself where you feel good about the energy that you're bringing into the situation. I love looking at this card and just seeing these beautiful forest creatures gathered around her and just really drawn to her light. These gorgeous, vibrant flowers that she has in her hair, and she's uniquely her. She's got a peacock resting on her arm there. She's not afraid to show her true colors and be vibrantly, vividly her. She really stands out in the rest of this reading, and really draws your eye in. And I think that's what this reading is communicating to you, is that you can hold that presence and that charisma and that just pure, colorful, authentic light within yourself. But it is something that you have to cultivate. She has to light this lantern every morning, right? And she has to feed it with the appropriate fuel, and she has to protect it from a storm, and she has to not drop it in the river when she goes across the rocks, and all of these things. She takes care of that light and keeps it beautiful and keeps it safe. So take that how it resonates. And we'll go ahead and move on to some other cards here around it, but we'll keep kind of coming back to that central message here. But let's see what else we've got going. And just one more quick note: the number 42, that adds up to the number 6, which is the number of love. So definitely lets me know a little bit more that's kind of what's going on here. I think we're getting a strong message of that self-love and of kind of embodying and channeling that love into whatever situation is going on in your life, whether it's just a peaceful, good situation that you're coasting right along, or it's something filled with a lot of challenge. And we all, of course, can have different things going on in different areas of our life at any given time. But we'll go ahead and move on to this one right here, which I think is a beautiful continuance of this energy, because not only do we see another bunny, but we almost see her, I almost feel like in a way, and look how she's kind of looking at this girl. I feel like this woman here, and take this, it's not gender specific, so take this how it resonates for you. But the woman in this beautiful painting here is, she looks mature, and she looks like she is really settled in her ways, and she knows who she is, and she claims it and she owns it. The forest around her is blooming and beautiful and vibrant, and it's apex of life, right? It looks like it's in the middle of it's that spring, summer, gorgeous colors. Whereas here we've got winter, you know, and we have trees in the background that are more bare. She's, you know, covered in her cloak to stay warm. You know, she looks a bit younger than the woman here. She's kind of, you know, maybe newer to going out into the world and meeting new creatures, and you know, she's perhaps finding her flame, right? We've got this little flame that's kind of exposed to the elements, and yet it's still able to burn. She's powering it with what appears to be, you know, her thoughts and her mind, right? And so she's starting that. And even the word ignite, release your potential, is kind of signifying that beginning stage of something where you know what you want, or you're starting to see it. You're starting to see that spark of, this is who I want to be. This is where I want to go in life. This is how I want to show up in the world. This is the change that I want to bring, you know, bringing fire into a snowy, you know, warmth into a snowy landscape, light into a darker area of the world, perhaps dark part of the forest. And she's also showing this light to, you know, her cute little rabbit friend here, which I love. I think that's a great metaphor for, you know, bringing that light to others, right? So, you know, something as innocent and sweet as a little bunny, but, you know, also probably a wild rabbit, right? That could have gone either way. Not encouraging anybody to go out and befriend wild animals. Please let them stay in their natural habitat. Definitely not good for you or for the animals, and especially not for the animals. Please leave them but where they are. But the symbolism here is that, you know, imagine approaching a wild bunny in its natural habitat, and if you're not approaching with, you know, the right energy and the right holding that peace, that calmness, that lack of kind of that fearful, anxious energy, and just maintaining, you know, that confident, calm approach. If you don't show up like that, you know, the bunny's probably going to flee. If it gets cornered, you know, will defend itself rightfully. But if, like this woman, you're able to befriend that bunny, clearly she has a pure way of being in this landscape and showing up, and the bunny could, you know, sense that. These animals, you know, appearing as a spirit animal can really resonate with that energy, and I think that's the message that I'm trying to get across here, and the message that we see here in this card. So if that resonates, wonderful. I think I am going to transition to the next card here, going with the flow of the cards here, and we'll get back around. I know we haven't talked about vulnerability yet, but I think that's kind of towards the end of this message here. So flow, and this is a number 11, which of course is a master number. We've got a master crystal here in your clear quartz, so I think that has some beautiful synchronicity as well. But flow, let goddess blessings enrich your life. So this card is very unique in this spread. I think that even the illustration and the colors is, you know, kind of helps it to stand out. And it's interesting that we've got it placed over here in the corner, kind of ending this top row of oracle cards. And I think part of that message that is coming from this card is okay guys, sorry, I had to pause the video really quick because I was struggling to remember what each of these 4 hands of the goddess Lakshmi are representing, and I didn't want to get it wrong. So I did grab the guidebook for this card. I'm going to go ahead and show it to you. There we go. Go ahead and feel free to take a screenshot of that if you'd like to look at it. There's a wonderful daily practice here as well. Okay, so from the guidebook, excuse me, Lakshmi comes into your life to tell you that there is enough, which is the message that I was getting here, was that, this is maybe has a bit of a feeling more of striving of like that action that you can do to really show up in the world the way that you want to, and to really be authentic and be in yourself. And sometimes that can leave us with a sense of that we're not doing enough, or that what we're already doing is not enough, and somehow there is that lack or that need to change. And of course, it's always good to check in with yourself, make sure that how you are showing up in the world does resonate with who you are at your core, but also be gentle, be easy on yourself, approach every situation with that true sense of self-love and of being okay. And so I feel like this message is really standing out here to just kind of anchor this reading here, really ground it, and remind us that we are enough. No matter what is going on in your external worlds and even in your internal world, you are enough. You have enough within yourself. There's nothing that you need in order to be enough. You already are, you always have been, and you always will be enough. And so the 4 hands here in this goddess, they represent the 4 goals of human life: Dharma, or the right way of living; Kama, pleasure of the senses; Artha, purpose; and Moksha, which is self-realization. And then we can see here that her lower left hand is manifesting coins of prosperity, while her lower right hand is held in a position that offers the blessing of deliverance from fears. And then one message that she does bring is that you may be creating some lack in your life, if you're experiencing that, by damming the flow of life's abundance and closing your eyes to the richness of its beauty. For instance, if you long to see the magnificence of the starry night sky, you must first go outside and look up. It may be cold, and you may need to wrap up, but if you make the move, you will be rewarded. Okay? And I love this end message here. Lakshmi longs to reward you for all the times you have done your best and all your acts of kindness, respect, care, and love. She asks only that you allow her blessings to flow. Okay? Since that is the central message of that card, is that flow, take that as it resonates for you in your life. Are there ways in which you feel like perhaps you've been blocking some sort of area in which you feel like there's lack, whether that's, an abundance of, financial prosperity or love in your life? See if you can, even find a space, like it said in the card, to just sit outside and look up at the stars and open yourself up to that flow of energy that exists within the universe. Everything continues to move. There's not much stagnation that exists when you really look at the natural world. And so how can you bring that sense of flow and aliveness and cycles and constant renewal, acceptance of change, openness to the new, and accepting all of that and going into it with a heart that's open and full of love and a light that shines and shows your presence to the rest of the world. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next row here, and I promise we'll come back to this card. But so for thought, I absolutely love these oracle cards. They are from let me grab it here, the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. And this guidebook is absolutely beautiful as well. It's so complex, and there's so many different layers in each of the cards, especially these major arcana cards. So this is card number 18, Thought. So in a traditional tarot deck, it would be the moon, which I think is really quite relevant here. We've seen the moon come up already in a couple of the cards that we've drawn, but we've also had the sun. And so that, really symbolizes the sun, moon cycle, night, day, those moon cycles every month from your full moon through your half moon, your quarter, waning, crescent, all the way to your new moon and back, of course, with your waning and your waxing. But anyways, yes, so back to this card. So I'm going to go ahead and open this guidebook to thoughts. And feel free, you guys, this is my first time doing a YouTube video tarot reading. I'd love to hear your thoughts, on if you like me kind of referring to these guidebooks a lot, or if you, kind of find that jarring or to interrupt the flow of the reading. I, as a reader and as a listener to tarot videos, really love getting kind of that in-depth insight. So I tend to like those longer tarot readings, but I'd love to get feedback and to tweak things to what you guys are also looking for. So I'm definitely open to that. Feel free to leave a comment below, and of course, I can't probably get to every comment, but I will do my best to read all of them and reply as I can too. All right, so here is that guidebook if you want to take a screenshot. But I'm really just going to focus on these wonderful key phrases. I find these so helpful, especially with the different interpretations on these cards of these major arcana. And so for thought, we've got keywords: thought, reality, power, attention, focus, attraction, positivity, negativity, and universal law. So some of the key phrases here: your thought creates reality. Very relevant with what we were just talking about. Thought is the foundation of consciousness. Don't rush your thinking. Be certain. Interesting. Thought is energy. Very relevant here. Energy flows where attention goes. Be mindful of the universal laws. Are conscious and unconscious mind in accord? Interesting. We'll talk more about that shortly. Be realistic instead of optimistic or pessimistic. Good and bad go hand in hand. Interesting. Change your mind, change your life. Do not overthink or speculate, and question the critical mind speak. Oh, so relevant. So I think we're getting another reinforcement of that message of being kind to yourself, right? So let's not have this culture of toxic positivity sort of talk here when we talk about love and light, right? We're not talking about, just ignore the bad. If you don't see it, it doesn't exist, just pretend and everything will be fine. That's not what we're talking about here. We're really talking about cultivating that space for yourself to recognize and give weight, right? Give the value that it merits to both the good and the bad in your life. Just like our emotions, there's no good emotions and there's no bad emotions, okay? If you've heard that, emotions are information. Emotions are feedback. Emotions are how we have evolved as humans to survive in a constantly changing, challenging environment where sometimes our lives are at risk, maybe less a lot of times today than they were when we were evolving with those emotions, but a lot of situations can still very much feel like life and death. And so our emotions give us really powerful, instantaneous, really indisputable messages about literally how we are feeling in response to cues from our outside environment. And of course, there's also, programming that we've acquired along the way. And sometimes our emotions can be, disproportionate in the very moment that we're in. But all of that is still perfectly sensible because it came from a place where we had to learn to feel that strongly in order to keep ourselves safe, maybe as a child or a young adult, depending on the situation you were in, if this is relevant to you. And so, today, as the person that we are now, with all of our past contributing to us as a whole person now, we can still use those emotions as information, right? And of course, there's always that awareness piece of checking in with yourself and, asking yourself, does this emotional reaction fully apply to this situation? Or is there something that's reminding me or my body? Sometimes we don't have the mental picture or the exact understanding of, if we're triggered or if there's something coming up from a past situation. However, even if we don't have that full understanding, we can still check in and kind of do like this card was saying, be realistic, right? Try not to be too optimistic, too pessimistic. And there's a place and time for, optimism, maybe even pessimism. But, in this particular situation, however this is resonating for you, the advice that the cards are bringing to you is to be realistic. And so that's really, a grounding message, right? We've got the King of Earth here also sending us very, very strongly that grounding message. We've got the corn with its roots in the earth. We've got our flow goddess who's very grounding as well. This goddess is clearly at home in the forest here, has her feet strongly on the ground. Perhaps she has roots that go down into Mother Gaia as well. And so I think there's a lot of guidance that we can take from that strong grounding message coming through your cards of, really touch base, really center yourself. I definitely just lost a little bit of my thread of thought. I apologize. Let me take a moment here. I'm just being really drawn in to the acorns that are hanging from these beautiful horns on this card, and also this little spiral eye, which I feel like is where my mind went. It just spiraled right into there. But yes, okay, I'm remembering. So we've got kind of the two faces here, right? Perhaps we could say that one is maybe very optimistic, one is very pessimistic. They also remind me, of course, of the sun and the moon, two different times, right? The sun, the day could be too hot, too bright. The moon, the night could be too dark, too quiet, too scary. Let's kind of find that middle ground, that balance, that true groundedness of touching in with your central purpose, wherever that is in this time in your life. Are you in this situation? Are you really needing to stand up for yourself? Are you really needing to communicate and be heard? Perhaps this vulnerability message is, kind of that vehicle, right? I love the beautiful calm colors here. We've got in such contrast to this card, right, which is those warm, reds and oranges and yellows and pinks. Here we've got this beautiful purple, blues, so many blues, some light, calming yellow, even a little bit of quiet, cool green in the water. She's got wings, She's resting on this beautiful leaf, but she's floating on this water, right? And so she's kind of being rocked as she sleeps, and she knows that wherever she's going, right, wherever she's flowing to, she clearly has complete confidence that she'll be taken exactly where she needs to be. And when she wakes up, that's exactly where she'll want to be and need to be in that moment. And so I think this vulnerability where, you see her asleep, right? She has all of her defenses completely down. She's kind of exposed to the world and to the elements, and yet she's trusting in that the universe, the water, the wind, wherever the moon pulling on the currents, as we see here, will take her to that shore or that island or that place in the water where she wants to wake up. And maybe she doesn't even know where that is yet, or maybe she has a destination in mind and she knows, maybe she's gone down this river before and she knows exactly where the current will take her and where she'll end up. Or maybe she has no idea. Maybe this is a completely new journey and she's just taking it complete faith, or perhaps she fell asleep unintentionally, right? But I think the message in this card is that we can trust in this situation, that the universe is truly guiding you. Her eyes being closed definitely makes me think of kind of that unconscious, subconscious mind kind of taking over and guiding you in this situation. So if you've been, getting a lot of messages, maybe seeing beautiful leaves fall into your path, maybe you've been hearing a wind and you think all of a sudden, oh, was that a word? Did somebody just talk to me? What, I feel like if you have that, those types of messages coming into your life, those mean something, pay attention, right? Reflect on that meaning and maybe pull it in as guidance for you, as you find your way with this. But I think this message of vulnerability, and these numbers here, 3 and 4, adds up to 7, which is a very spiritual number. 3 is typically looked at as the number of the Empress, as we have here in your reading. And then 4 is typically the number of the Emperor, which the King of Earth always reminds me a bit of the Emperor. And, take that if you want, but we'll also just talk about it. So 3 and 4, kind of those two divine... I don't really love the saying halves of a whole, but that's what popped into my head. So maybe it resonates for some of you here. So we'll say divine, divine halves, divine counterparts. There we go. Divine partners. And, really embodying the masculine and the feminine. And we have all, of course, have masculine and feminine within ourselves. And so this number 34 with this card of vulnerability, 3 and 4 coming together with that message there, really makes me think that there is a message here to embrace both sides of yourself, both ways of being and showing up in the world, but kind of with that balance and that vulnerability of, maybe you don't know how to proceed. Maybe you don't know exactly where this will take you. Maybe this is a new way of being for you, or it'll be a new way of being in this particular situation or with these particular people or with this particular person, right? And so, let love be your beacon, right? Try. Know that you're enough. Allow yourself to be seen. That's being vulnerable, right? Allowing that authenticity, even if it's not, something that we think of as being beautiful or polished or how we should be, whatever that means to you in your society or your situation. Showing up as kind of a raw product in a way, right? Just growing and allowing ourselves to see where that leads to. You've kind of got this evolution going on of finding that initial light, of igniting that initial potential in yourself. And I think it's going to lead you down a beautiful, beautiful road. You know, again, this gorgeous peacock that's alighting on her arm. You know, peacocks as spiritual guides really have that strong message of, you know, just being beautifully you. All of your colors, you know, the peacock is quite the standout bird. Some people might look at the peacock and say, oh, you know, too much color, too much, you know, literally just, I can't, you know, it's too much bird for me. I'd rather go with, I don't know, a grouse or something like that, you know, no, you know, shame on the grouse. They're amazing in their own right. But, you know, and other people absolutely love the peacock, right? They paint them, they put them in jewelry, they make beautiful art with peacock feathers that have fallen, you know, give them a revered spot in religion and spirituality, right? And so, you know, if there are some people who poo-poo on your peacockness, it's okay. You know, there's always going to be, you're never going to please everybody, and that's fine. But, you know, I think the message here is to just let that light shine, go where that vulnerability takes you. You know, there might be little bumps and little rocks, and there might be stops and starts and going backwards and forwards, but, you know, eventually I think it's gonna lead you down a beautiful path and really help you find your way. You know, we've got these next tarot cards are kind of showing us a little bit of that adventure, I think. You know, you've got your Empress here, which I think is really interesting because the Empress card, you know, she's incredibly powerful. She's all of the queens in one. She's got everybody at her beck and call. You know, she's sitting in her throne. She's beloved. She's in charge of her world. And yet, look at this card. She has tears. You know, it's really interesting because most empresses look quite happy, and I think in this one we can kind of get the feeling that there's something that she's, you know, maybe not the most happy about. And why is that, right? So I think that that's kind of the question that we're asking here, right? What is lacking? I think that's the question of your month. Where are you feeling lack? Where is there something that is new or that is transitioning, that's going from, you know, being either a bare, desolate field in winter or a field full of corn that you aren't that excited about, right? She's got fields in the background here. There's interesting clouds, almost look like smoke, almost as if there's some fields burning in the distance, perhaps. Really a show of that potential, that space for newness. She's got roosters. She has water that she's stirring, and yet she does not look content. I feel like there's a little rooster leg sticking out of her pot here, which is interesting. Yeah, it's such an interesting card. Okay, I'm gonna go to your next cards and we'll get the full message. So, next card here, we see your Five of Wands. I feel like this really shows kind of that inner struggle. You know, we've got all of these women here fighting amongst themselves. Again, not gender specific, but it's almost like aspects of one woman. You know, they all look completely different from each other, right? And so, you know, perhaps you've been struggling with how to express yourself in this situation, right? Do you show up in this way? Do you show up in that way? Do you communicate in this way? Do you decide to go down this path? You know, I feel like there's maybe been this place, almost, I feel like depicts her inner world here, this Empress, where she's sitting, she's kind of mindlessly stirring this pot of perhaps chicken soup. Fields are burning in the distance, perhaps fields have just been harvested. There's a lot going on around her, and yet she looks lost in thought, and she looks sad. She looks pensive. There's a lot going on in her head, right? So maybe you can relate to this, being kind of stuck in that inner conflict, or even that rumination of going round and round and not knowing the direction. We've got our Knight of Cups here as the next card, and I think that this is a beautiful transition out of this state, right? You've got one woman here, looks like she's the victor, as the Empress is sitting here thinking and trying to decide different ways, perhaps some clarity struck, right? We've got our clarity here. I feel like by picking this pile, perhaps there's a need for that clarity about this situation with our clear quartz. So clarity struck, right? This woman here, she's won the cup. She's got her full cup. She's the victor. She has flowers in her hair that are flying behind her. She's on this beautiful bird. I believe it's a heron or a crane, taking off from this water, right? Perhaps relating back to our vulnerability here, right? So kind of being able to allow that vulnerability to take you where it needs to go. You get that insight, kind of get that clear direction, right? And then you take off in flight. I think that as she's sitting here, she's feeling that wind leaving the ground where she spent so much time, and she's finding her way. Perhaps she knows where she's going to end up, but again, perhaps she's allowing the universe to take her, right? But she's taking this action, and she's quite excited about it, clearly very happy. So kind of putting it into more concrete terms. I know some people are more abstract thinkers. I tend to be a bit more abstract myself, but I know that I love hearing some concrete examples when I listen to tarot videos. So again, any feedback is welcome. But so just as kind of an example of this situation here, perhaps you have multiple different ways that you could be earning a side hustle, right? Income. This is kind of relevant to my life right now. Starting this YouTube channel is kind of maybe I can do this as a side hustle. So I think that's why that popped into mind. Of course, we always love to give examples that are relevant for ourselves, but hopefully this is relevant and can be applied to some of your lives as well. But yeah, so, maybe you're thinking of doing something on the side, or a passion project that, you just don't get that fulfillment from your 9-to-5 day-to-day job, or, maybe you're a teacher and you really want to start an after-school program for some of your kids that you see aren't really being served in your classroom. Maybe some of them have special abilities or special talents, or they need a little extra help that they're not getting at home. Maybe some of them are ESL students and really need that extra boost of reading in the English language because you see that potential and you want to make sure that they get the resources that they need to succeed in life in whatever it is that they end up wanting to do, right? So you kind of are struggling with, who do you kind of pull into your corner to help? Or do you do this alone? Or do you, carve aside this little bit of time in your day to work on it each day? Or do you need more time? Do you need to change the structure of your entire life, your entire week? Do you need to, tell your friends, maybe your partner, that you need this extra time, this extra space? How will that rattle their worlds? Are they going to understand? Are they, going to kind of dismiss your idea as silly before it even begins. All of these things, right? Where, maybe your life as it is seems fine, but there's something missing, right? There's something that's just a little bit of that lack that you feel almost this call, right? You have this little spark inside of you. You kind of want to see what happens if you feed it into this guiding light, into this flame. You've got the ingredients perhaps ready, you're just not quite sure how to apply them, how to blend them or select the best one, the best way, so that you can kind of take off on that path. Well, take what resonates from this, but I think we're getting a lot of good information about do it. You are enough. You don't have to do any of this. You also don't need to change who you are, right? But what will help you is to show up with your light burning. So do what you need to feed that light. Bring that light in with you to any this new situation that you're encountering, where, in order to see that beautiful, fruitful harvest, it's important that you plant the seeds that feel authentic to you and nurture them with love, okay? And then we see just this incredible card of success. I love this Six of Wands, she's coming home, she's coming back into this village. You can see they look like children, like little boys kind of in the backyard, just so impressed and so proud that she's coming back home and everything that she's gone out and accomplished in the world. She's got these two beautiful tattoos. Sorry, let's see if that comes into focus. I don't know if it'll focus this close, but she has those two beautiful tattoos of bluebirds on her thigh, soaring in the sky. And I love the symbolism of that because it's two birds. I think it kind of shows that, like, we do have those people who fly by our side, yes, but also we're always flying with spirit, right? We're never alone. And so, she's kept that message close to her heart. She's gone out in the world and succeeded, and she has a lot to show for it. And her village is incredibly proud. She's come back home to show kind of the spoils of her labor. And she has a right to be that proud, just like this beautiful peacock, right? Grew all his own feathers. Yeah, so show the world who you are. Don't be ashamed. I'm going to grab some water really quick. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and bring these cards that were pre-pulled into your reading now. So, excuse me, I am going to go ahead and flip these over and just lay them over the top of these cards. I'll do them one by one. Okay, got Five of Stones, Endurance. Show that card to you. It's definitely a hard card. I think we've all been there. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So if you watched the pile preparation for this pile, this card came out, and I did not pull it because I had already determined that I would not pull any cards that flipped over, but I did say we'll see if it shows in your reading, and there it is. So that's a very powerful message. The pole star. We'll get to that. Beautiful. The King of Stones, King of Earth, the Wolf. Beautiful. The wolf definitely has special meaning. Special, very much a guiding animal for me. The oh wow, guys. Okay, the green man. We've got the Empress. This is the Emperor. Number 4. Your message is just blowing me away. And just the synchronicities in this card. I mean, or in these cards. Just I love it. Okay. Page of Arrows. That's the Wren. I believe the arrows are the swords. I'm pretty sure. I may need to confirm that, but yes, because the bows are the wands. So arrows, this is like page of swords in a typical tarot deck. Okay, beautiful. The Archer. This is also a major arcana. We'll talk about it. I may read to you from the book because the interpretation of this card in this deck is a little different than our typical tarot deck. So we will get there. Okay. Hopefully you can see all of those all right. Beautiful. I love the use of animal symbolism in this deck. Yeah, okay. So really interesting that we're starting with the 5 of Stones or Endurance. So 5 of Pentacles is what this would be in a typical deck. And you can kind of imagine with this smoke going up to the sky, you know, going up to the stars, right? So very much kind of leads into this. We've got the wolf howling up at that night sky. I feel like these 3 really tell a bit of a similar story. They could almost be from the same scene where, you know, we've got this small child, you know, lonely, cold, afraid, almost looks like we've run away from home or gone off on a trek, or maybe we got lost and we're cold and hungry and a little bit frightened, not sure that morning will come. You know, we've got the lightning in the sky here. Can imagine the thunder in the background. We've managed to light a fire, which I feel like is really relevant to our message before. Yet there's uncertainty, right? Maybe there's some stagnation, some rumination like we've seen in these cards down here. But just outside are these gorgeous stars. You know, these stars are circling our moon. Just so many shooting stars. I mean, can you imagine seeing this sight and your mind would just be, what is going on? You know, this is a magical, magical night. And we've got this person walking through these woods, which seem so kind of dark, maybe a little ominous. And yet there's light around this person. And I think that that's a beautiful message for, you know, kind of keeping that light no matter what environment you're walking through or walking into. Holding that light within yourself, knowing that you are enough, that you're okay, no matter what is going on around you. And then also remembering to, you know, look for the magic. Look for those signs that remind you that you're connected to the universe, right? I think all of us have heard, you know, maybe not in real life, because, you know, there's unfortunately not a lot of places anymore where you can actually hear wolves howling at the moon. But that is changing in some places. And I'm sure we've all heard it in stories and movies. You know, that wolf howl at the moon is such a, you know, it really harkens to our kind of ancient beginnings, right? Like, not even that ancient, not even that long ago, but there's something about hearing the noise in the night of that predator, right? And even though wolves do not tend to attack people, we still know, we respect what strong, powerful creatures they are, right? And they inspire this sense of awe and of wildness. You know, I think that sound very much kind of brings to mind this sense of the untamed world, the world where anything could happen, right? And I like that he's standing here in this beautiful winter frozen landscape where it may not seem like much is happening, it may seem like things are dead, frozen, stagnant, and yet here he is claiming his right to be here, making his presence known, right? So take that message into your life as it feels relevant, you know, even if it feels frozen, stagnant, uncertain, you don't know if the morning's going to come, you know, look for that beautiful, magical universe that we're all a part of. Everything is connected, right? We're never alone. We're connected to each other energetically, even if you're physically isolated at times. We're connected to the universe through our spiritual selves. And, you know, when you remember that, it's easier to hold that light and that love within yourself, because you're always receiving that light and love from the universe and through your connection with everything around you. And so that kind of brings us here to the green man, who is such the expression of taking that beautiful knowledge of how everything in our world is interconnected, and, you know, putting it into this beautiful bubbling cauldron of, you know, your own spiritual essence, right? Over that fire, that passion, that ignition of your purpose, your path, you know, what you want to act on in the world, right? Because the masculine energy is the energy of doing, of, you know, showing up, of taking those risks, taking that plunge, you know, seeing that challenge, facing it head on, and, you know, claiming your right to be here and your right to do what you feel you are meant to do in this world. Even if that goes against, you know, maybe your family's wishes for you, or society, what society tells you is, you know, where you should be, or those messages that you receive even from within yourself saying, no, stay small, you know, don't make waves, you know, don't be too visible, don't be seen. You know, we've all received messages at times like that, and it takes a lot of courage, right? It takes keeping that light safe, right? Holding that light close to us, you know, breathing into it, keeping those, you know, even if it's snuffed down to just a tiny little glowing ember, or it feels like maybe there's not even any warmth left. You know, we've all gone through kind of those winters of the soul, or dark nights of the soul at times, you know, still knowing that you always have that spark, right? If you're alive, you have that inside you. Taking that out, maybe blowing some more life into it, you know, taking care of it, nurturing it, feeding it with things that light your fire, right? Whether that's watching inspirational videos on YouTube, you know, listening to books that really just speak to your soul, speak to your heart, you know, watching videos at, you know, maybe there's a conference in your area, or a conference you can watch online by, you know, where there's a person who attends and speaks about what you see yourself doing, and you know, can talk to the difficulties that they've encountered, and give advice as to how to, you know, take those first steps, right? Whatever it is that this message is speaking to you about, and you can kind of start to see maybe those next steps, right? Even if you backtrack and you try another path, and you backtrack and you try another path, allowing yourself to go out there, be brave, be courageous, take those risks, take those leaps of faith, expend some energy here and there, see what gives you that energy back, right? Where is that reciprocal relationship? I think we can learn a lot from doing something, and if we feel depleted, we feel like our fire has shrunk afterwards. Or even, it could be relevant to hanging out with a group of friends or dating, right? You go spend time with this person or these people, and if you feel like afterwards your fire is less than, right? It gives you information. It gives you good information about, why, and is that the path that feels right for you, right? So I think that there's advice here to look for what truly ignites your fire and keeps it burning and feeds it, and you leave a situation just full of light and love, and you feel recharged, and you feel good, and you feel empowered, right? Like you could just keep going and take on the world. That's a feeling that I think we all like to follow. So so kind of the next message here of our Page of Swords is, after kind of taking that action, that courageous leap, allowing your cauldron to boil and bubble and to be ready, and then, allowing that spiritual drive to push you out into the world, next might be the time for learning, right? That's what the Page of Swords, Page of Arrows really tells us about, is that, the snow is starting to melt, right? It's beginning of spring. The birds are out, they're chirping, little baby birds are taking their first flight out into the open air. It's scary, it's risky, and yet it's exhilarating, right? Just imagine if you were a little baby bird and you take your very first flight, and you soar around, and just like you've seen your parents doing before you, you're twisting and turning and diving, and you make it back to your little branch, and you just feel so proud of yourself, right? A little anthropomorphizing going on there, hope you don't mind, but I love that visual of like taking that first flight and just imagining how that would feel to do something that you're born to do as a bird, right? So the wren here, looking out into this greening up, beautiful new world after the long winter, I think tells us a lot about this next stage of taking those first steps, right? Taking those first flights. They may not all go well. They may end on the ground. You may have to have some help or kind of struggle your way back up to your nest and rest up and then try again. But that's okay. That's all, it's building your muscles. It's building that strength to eventually soar like you own the sky, right? So every mistake is not truly a mistake. If you're doing it with that pure light, following a dream, following a passion, mistakes, yes, like mistakes are a word in our language, but I think we mistakenly understand what a mistake is, where I think a mistake should just be understood as more information, just like no bad emotions, no good emotions. It's all just feedback and information. Same with mistakes, right? We try something and it doesn't go the way we like. So, but how would we have known if we hadn't tried it, right? So that's just information about, just tweak your path a little bit. Here's how you learn, right? All right. Last card here in this beautiful spread, we've got the Archer And I am going to read from the book on this one. Let's see here. So this is the Wildwood Tarot deck, which absolutely love this deck, as I'm sure I've mentioned a million times now. But we've got the Archer, and in case you want to take a picture of that, let me bring it up just a little bit here. And there we go. Okay. So we've got the Archer. The Archer stands at the spring equinox on the 21st of March at the place of the sunrise, the element of air, creative energy and inspiration. Here is the dawn of new life and the coming of a fertile and fulfilling season. I mean, you can't write this. It's beautiful. Yeah, so I'm not going to read everything. I think it would take a little too long. This is already quite a long reading. But, you know, definitely feel free to take a screenshot and read it later. I am going to read just this little section here of the reading points. The dawn of a new adventure, folded in the web of universal potential, waits for you to string the bow of your imagination and loose the arrows of creativity. This is a time to be bold and commit to the hunting of new life and a better relationship with the world. Beautiful. As well as the fulfillment of wholesome ambition. Take a moment to gather your tools and steady your state of mind. Take careful stock of what you want to achieve, why, and how you will go about it. Then harness your potential by filling your quiver with all the talents, knowledge, and cunning you possess, and string the bow of burning gold with the arrows of desire. Take a deep breath and be calm. It is time to let your soul take flight. I mean, guys, it is time to let your soul take flight. That's absolutely gorgeous. All right. Okay. And then down here, we've got roots and branches. The flaming arrow of the intellect, Artemis, the spirit of the hooded man, Orion, intuition, inspiration, and imagination, and passing on great wisdom. Okay, so just as a quick kind of like informative about this, so these major arcana cards don't always relate exactly to their typical major arcana in a traditional tarot deck. So typically number 7 would be the Chariot, which obviously the Archer has some elements, but I think there's also, you know, the authors bring in some other elements from some other cards, and it's really fascinating if you get this deck. There's some great information in the front about kind of how they came up with the different major arcana in this deck. But there's kind of some elements of like the Hermit in this card as well, and a couple of others, but beautiful. Okay, so talking about this, I think it really recaps a lot of what we went over in the reading. I mean, let your soul take flight, take a moment for calm, right? All of those things. Absolutely gorgeous. I kind of want to finish by just bringing our attention back to this clear quartz that you chose. So it might be important for you to grab some clear quartz if you have some, or, you know, it's one of the less expensive crystals to go and buy, or even to order online if that works better for you where you are. But yeah, it's definitely so as I said before, this is a master healer. It's a master stone. It's known for its powers of, you know, helping with clarity. It can actually be an amplifier for any other crystal as well. So if you have another crystal that you love to keep near, you know, this can help kind of purify and also amplify those energies from that crystal. You know, the quartz has all of the colors within it is kind of the thought there. And so it, you know, it's kind of like the rainbow crystal in a way, which I personally love, I really resonate with that of, you know, growing up, people would be like, what's your favorite color? And I'd be like, I like all of them. I like the rainbow. And, you know, people would kind of laugh at me. And then when I found out that the quartz, you know, is known as like the rainbow stone, I was like, see, there is, you know, such a thing. But anyways, yeah, so maybe that resonates with some of you out there because I felt compelled to tell that. But you know, keep a little quartz with you as you're embarking on this new adventure. I think this will help you to stay clear within yourself and also to hold that light, right? I mean, this stone really helps to kind of channel and purify, amplify that light. You put it by your window, or maybe, you know, put it in your car. Beautiful way to keep that with you. Okay, so I think we'll end your reading here. And I know I didn't pull any tarot card from our other deck, but I really feel like this reading kind of wrapped up with this Archer card so beautifully that I am just going to leave it here for us. So I hope you enjoyed the reading. Please feel free to like my channel if you liked it, and you know, like this reading. I'm hoping to post several readings a week, so you know, feel free to subscribe, press that little bell icon if you want to be notified when I post more readings. I would love any feedback that you want to give, or if you know you resonated with parts of this reading. I'd really love to hear how that messages that I kind of channeled and shared felt, you know, resonant to you in your lives. So yeah, okay, well, bye everybody. Have a wonderful day. It's a pleasure reading for you. Thank you for sharing your energy with me today, and I hope to see you next time. Bye. Hello, beautiful pile 2. Welcome to your pile, your card picking, your shuffling and selecting of oracle and tarot cards. So I am going to pull 2 oracle cards from each of 3 oracle decks, and I'll show them to you as we go. And then I'm going to pull some tarot cards as well. But I always love to shuffle on camera and pull together. So I'm going to do this. If any cards flip over, I said this in the other pile as well, in pile 1 when I was doing their pulling and shuffling. If any cards flip over, we will briefly look at them, but we won't actually take them. We'll put them back into the deck and keep going with shuffling and pulling. But if you watched pile 1, we actually had a card that showed itself in the pile picking and then actually ended up being in the reading, which was pretty cool actually. So you never know. Sometimes they're meant to really stand out in that way. So, all right. So this deck is the Dreams of Gaia. It's actually a tarot deck, but we're using it as an oracle deck today. A lot of the major arcana in this deck are a little different than we would see in a typical tarot deck, as well as all of the cards in their beautiful guidebook actually have such a deep meaning to them, and I highly recommend getting the guidebook. We may refer to the guidebook depending on which cards come out in your reading today. But let's go ahead. I feel like we want to shuffle just one more time. Okay, gotta get started. We're just looking for 2 cards from this deck. Okay, I feel like this one really wants to come out. And this one. Okay. So our next oracle deck is the beautiful Nature's Whispers guidebook here, or Nature's Whispers Oracle, I mean. And these are true oracle cards. They're a little big, a little hard to shuffle with sometimes, but they're absolutely beautiful cards. And I love the messages on them. So I actually love that they're big picture cards because they have so much detail and so much color. They're so vibrant that it really makes it worth it to have a little bit bigger cards to really appreciate that. I'm actually feeling this one here. And yeah, this one. Okay, gorgeous. So our last oracle deck is the Goddess Love Oracle. Love the design on the back of this card with all these trees and the circular around the hearts. Yeah. Definitely feels resonant with your reading with this big circular water droplet that looks like a world. So I feel like these cards might have some special significance for you today. We're also just going to draw 2 of these. See what comes out. This one and that one. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to stack these so that we can see all of them quite well. There we go. So the first tarot deck that I'm going to draw some cards from, and in pile 1 I kind of let the cards tell me how many to pull, but the spread, the size on the screen actually ended up working really well with 4 cards from this deck, so I do think I'm going to stick to 4. We'll see what happens, but that's the intention, is to stick to 4. And this is the Ask the Witch tarot deck. It's a beautiful deck. Okay. All right, and all of these decks will be listed in the description as well as a pinned comment down below. These are really thick cards, which I really appreciate. It makes them harder to accidentally bend when you're shuffling them. But also makes for a really thick deck. So this part can be a little challenging sometimes. Oh, all right, so we had one pop out face up. We won't keep it. King of Swords. We'll see if it comes out again. Sometimes they have a tendency to, and sometimes they're just a quick maybe message for somebody watching this part of the reading. So if that has special relevance for you, I'd actually be really curious to hear if it does. If you want to leave a comment down below, great. That would be super interesting to hear if that speaks to you. So, okay, feeling those two cards. So we'll ask for 2 more, please, spirit guides. Oh, okay. Definitely that one, and I'm feeling that one. So we'll take those 4. Wonderful. All right, and this last deck that we're using is one of my absolute favorites. This is the Wildwood Tarot, and I've had this deck for a long time. As you can see, it's a little beat up, well loved, but I absolutely love these cards. They really speak to me. And so for the last reading, same thing, I kind of allowed the cards to dictate how many would come out. We ended up with 6. It did work really well for that spread, but I am not going to limit or dictate how many or few cards want to come out. We'll feel it out for your message, because it might be 6 again, or it could be more or less. We'll see. And then I do have another tarot deck. I didn't end up pulling it out. Well, I have lots of other tarot decks, but I have one other tarot deck that I set the intention to use as a clarifying deck if needed for this reading. So I didn't pull it out in pile 1, but there's always a possibility that might need some clarification at some point during your pile. So if that's the case, I will show you that deck in a moment, but we'll go ahead and start seeing what comes out for your cards for this part of the tarot reading. I'm having like jittery, excited energy going up my forearms right now, so I'm really excited to get to your reading. I can't wait. I feel like there's going to be some really beautiful energy. I feel like your spirit guides are here, just like vibrating around me, waiting to get to what they want to tell you. Okay, I've got 4. I am actually feeling like I just want this last one, and I'm going to set these aside. So we've got the Tarot Mucha here, which is one of my very first decks that was ever gifted to me way back when, and I definitely have a close relationship with this deck. It's a great clarifier, has some pretty straightforward cards and messages, so if we end up needing it, we'll pull it out. If not, don't worry, I will definitely use this deck in future readings. It's near to my heart, but yeah, I always like to keep an extra deck nearby just in case we ever need some clarifiers for any part of the reading. So, and if you want to see that deck, comes in a box like this. It's a lovely deck, beautiful artwork. Okay, let's get your cards nice and stacked up here. I'm going to pull them down to the side over here just to keep them out of the way during your reading, and I am going to drink some water and then we will get started with your reading. So be right back. See you during your reading, Pile 2. Hi, Pile 2. Thank you so much for joining me here today in this beautiful, beautiful reading. This is one of my absolute favorite cards from this Oracle deck. And just so you know, if you didn't watch the pile selection, your card selection, what we did during that was just pull out your Oracle cards, didn't show any of them, we're just pulling them out face down. So we've got 3 different Oracle decks that we're using, 2 cards from each, and then some tarot cards from 2 different decks as well. And I go over what each of those decks are, so if you want to see what decks these tarot cards belong to, definitely feel free to refer to that. I'll also place all the decks that I'm using in this reading today down in the description box below, as well as a comment. Okay. Yeah, so getting back to your beautiful Oracle card that you chose, this number 61, we're actually going to read from the guidebook about this card. But yeah, I just wanted to appreciate how absolutely gorgeous it is. Like I said, one of my absolute favorite cards from this deck. Okay, and we will talk about your crystal as well. Okay, so we've got water here, and just so you know, in this guidebook, they have a section for the essence, so essentially the central unchanging essentially message of this card and its meaning. And then the invitation is actually meant to be read if you pull this card upright, and the medicine is meant to be read if you pull this card in the reverse, which we are only taking uprights today. Sometimes I do read with reversals. Definitely don't be afraid of reversals. They're just additional information. I love the way that this puts it as medicine, right? So it's meant to be taken as something to take in that helps to heal or helps to course correct or something like that, if that resonates with you. So I'll go ahead and hold this up if you want to take a screenshot. Certainly feel free to, skip past this section if reading drives you crazy, but I'd love some feedback too, since I'm just starting out with this channel, on if you guys like reading from the guidebook or don't really like it. I'll probably read from the guidebook for one or two other cards, but certainly not for every card by any means. But when it's something like this that's really central and gives a lot of guidance for your reading overall, I love to see what the author intended with your card. So anyways, okay. So the essence. Water symbolizes purification, regeneration, birth, revival, and cleansing. It signifies an evolutionary shift from former self to new self. Beautiful. Many myths around the world speak of a great flood and the new life that is revealed after a deluge. Water begins without boundaries. Then, as soon as form has separated itself from water, it comes under the laws of time and life, thus acquiring limitations. Interesting. Okay, so that was the essence. We'll go ahead and read the invitation next. When water arrives, you're invited to watch your emotions. Know they are going to be changeable, and do not settle on a conclusion at this time. If you feel joy, feel that fully. If you feel sad, allow sadness to move through you. Water invites you to see the ebb and flow of events and trust you can ride the wave of opportunity when it arises. Natural flow is here. Go with it. Gorgeous. Okay, we're going to read the medicine, and just as a reminder, take what resonates, right? So as I read the medicine, sometimes it can feel a little harsh, or maybe you don't want to take in that message. Totally fine. You can take or leave whatever part of this is relevant to you in your life right now. It's always possible you come back to this reading in a year, in 2 years, and another part of this message resonates, or one of you watching resonates with half of this message, and the other exact opposite half resonates with somebody else, right? Because there's going to be multiple people watching this message. So please only take what you wish, leave behind what is not for you. Somebody else needs it. It's somebody else's medicine, right? And yeah, just take what resonates, okay? So the medicine. This is a time for cleansing unwanted energy and sticky feelings. Consider this. What water does to the flesh, it does in sacred ritual to the spirit. The spiritual cleansing, like baptism, is the opportunity to get an instantaneous experience of the timeless, non-ordinary reality in which all true creation takes place. Now is also a time that is pregnant with potential for you. Carl Jung talked about the maternal, womb-like significance of water as a universal symbol. Water represents the potentiality of existence. It precedes and sustains every creation. Emergence from it is manifestation. Immersion in it is dissolution of form. Because of this, it symbolizes regeneration. Make way for the process. You can expect it to be messy, but worth it. That's beautiful. Okay, go ahead and get started with your cards. So these are the cards that we've pulled in the pile picking. We'll start with your oracle cards here. So we've got Hope and Happiness. actually show you each card here. So that is number 48. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay. I know I've already talked about pile one a little bit, especially in the pile picking, but if you were drawn to that pile as well, this card came out and had a really strong message. I'm actually going to bring this one over. Beautiful. Okay. And that's number 42. I love this card. Reflection, number 26. Look at that beautiful wise woman. Healing transformation. And she's kind of, you know, if you look at the back of this card, I feel like she's one of the anchoring cards of this oracle pack. So definitely very meaningful. Let's give us just a little more room here. Okay. Rest. 27. Be still and listen. Beautiful. Look at that spiral on both of their foreheads. Definitely some synchronicity going on here. Okay. 2 more oracle cards. Just scoop these up a little bit. I'm still getting used to this format of doing your readings, so thank you for your patience while I kind of figure out how to make sure you can see everything on the screen. So we've got beautiful, the Queen of Fire. This actually showed, oh, was it this one? I think it was the Queen of Wands in a different deck, but it showed in the pile picking for pile number 1. So definitely some you know, interplaying going on between the 2 piles for sure. Anyways, okay. And number 5 of, oh goodness, I can never remember if this is a fire or earth because there's so much green in this card, but I want to say this is 5 of 5. This might be 5 of earth. Hang on, I'm going to refer to the guidebook real quick. I'll be right back. Of course, as soon as I paused it, I realized that we have a fire symbol right here and an earth symbol is very different. So clearly this is 5 of earth or 5 of pentacles. This would be Queen of Wands. But I do feel like there is a reason that I went to grab the guidebook for this one, so I do think that we will read from the guidebook for this card in particular, okay? Little brain freeze there, but everything happens for a reason in my world. So, all right, I'm going to take these 4 tarot cards. Got the 3 of Wands. Show that to you. Okay. The World card. Beautiful. Another wise older woman. Interesting. Judgment. Another major arcana. Okay, your last tarot card from this deck. The Tower. Wow, guys, what's going on? All these major arcana, I love it. Don't be afraid of the Tower. The Tower is here to help us. We'll get to that. But I just don't want you to be afraid of that beautiful card, okay? So these cards we will leave, we'll go through the messages in this part of your reading first, and then we'll take a look at these additional tarot cards after that, okay? So for our reading today, we're looking at what you need to know for this upcoming month. Just going to move everything up just a little bit so we can see it all. Okay. There we go. That's a little better. So, beginning with water. You know, when I look at your tarot spread, there's actually quite a bit of different energy in here. I feel like it's all these little particles of information that kind of come together, right? And we see in this water droplet that same idea of, yes, there is of course a uniformity to water, but our perception of that is because we're looking at it from way up here, right? We're real big, water's really tiny, at least the parts that make up water. We usually can't see the different parts and elements and literal elements, like from the periodic table, hydrogen and oxygen, that make up water, right? And even what makes up those elements, those electrons and photons, sorry. Anyways, I'm a long ways removed from my chemistry class, so I apologize to any chemistry people out there who are like, you're not quite speaking right. Anyways, you get the gist. So within a water droplet, there's all these diverse elements, right? But they come together and they create this incredible substance that we, on this planet, everything relies on for life. You know, we came from the water. Everything that we do, whether it's, you know, drinking water to sustain life, eating food that's grown with water, you know, cleaning to keep us safe from bacteria and viruses, etc., right? Reproduction, we won't go there, but definitely water-based for most species, especially some plants. You know, having all come from the ocean, we've all evolved from a way of water, right? We rely on water, we retain that within our genes. So yes, all right. I'm waxing on, but I think you get the idea. It all ties together, makes our world go round, right? Our world is made up of mostly water. We, in our own bodies as humans, are made up of mostly water. A lot of similarities there to Mother Earth, to Gaia, that we come from and we go back to. And so I think the message that I'm receiving from this card and just from looking at your spread is, you know, there's a lot of different elements going on in your world, but I think the key is to find that common thread. Oh, apologies, let me turn off my volume here so we aren't interrupted by notifications. But interesting, you know, anything that happens in a reading has meaning, right? So kind of, you know, even that, right, might seem like it is outside of the reading, but nothing really is, right? It's all giving meaning, giving part of the greater whole. Yeah, so I think I lost common thread, there we go. Lost thread, common thread. So finding that common thread of what ties all these diverse, different aspects of your world together. You know, when you look at this, you might think, oh, this doesn't fit in, like, you know, like this is so different, you know, what's the commonality between artwork like this and artwork like this, right? But, you know, and maybe concretely in your life, you know, maybe you have, a job that you work that maybe doesn't seem like it fits in with your future plan, right? It's maybe you're working a job that you know, just took because you needed to bring in some money, you needed some security, whatnot, but you don't feel like it's relevant to, maybe you want to be an artist and you're working as, I don't know, you're delivering mail, right? And delivering mail is wonderful, not to, we all need mail delivered, please don't stop. But you just, every day you're delivering mail, you're getting up at 5 in the morning and maybe you're a night person and you are inspired at night to paint or to make music or to, get on your computer and write that poetry or that epic novel, and you're staying up until 3 in the morning because that's when your creative juices really flow, right? And then you have to wake up 2 hours later and go deliver mail, and you just, you want to bang your head on your steering wheel and just, why do I have this job that doesn't help anything, that doesn't do anything for me, and it just seems so like doesn't fit into your vision of your world, right? But I think what this reading is telling us is all of those elements of your life are going to pull together and lead you into the cohesive future. And maybe you don't see how that one element or those multiple diverse little elements that just seem to stick out like sore thumbs, maybe you don't see how they are helping you or how they're leading you down your path, but they are, okay? And so I can speak from my own experience. I worked a variety of different jobs, and I actually ended up going into a field where I constantly am so grateful that I have experience in this odd thing, or that I helped a whole bunch of elderly people learn how to use their to upload their information onto this really difficult to use online portal. It's a totally random thing. I have no intention of doing anything like that in the future, but it just had to happen at the time, and I was the person to do it because I had the tech skills to help these people. Well, I actually find that I, in my current aspirations, I'm going to graduate school and studying environmental management, right? So I'm actually, hoping to help people in general live in better coexistence with the environment, and I won't go into that too much, but ironically, some of that involves helping elderly people access information through, our wonderful World Wide Web. And so, it's relevant, right? And, it's kind of odd how these little things that we think we'll never use again crop up again in our future. And we just have to kind of step back and say, oh, okay, the universe knows better, right? So a little bit of an element of trust, all these diverse things that are happening in your world are happening with a purpose. So we'll go ahead and move forward in your reading here. This next card here of hope and happiness, number 48. So when I look at this card and just like the expression on this woman's face, and of course we're not gender specific, take it as it resonates, but she looks almost like she's this tree spirit, like her hair is the branches, and yet it's also touching and reaching up into the atmosphere, up into the stars, and all these different colors that almost look like watercolor paint. So definitely a message there if you're artistic, if you like to paint or anything like that. But we see this little path of light leading into these plants, and attracting all these beautiful birds, and even looks like we've got, I think that's a butterfly. We had some, I know we have moths in this card. I think these are butterflies. And then we actually have lotus flowers and swans here. And so, I think there's a strong message here. Oh, okay, interesting. So I thought that these were plants, but I'm looking closer now. I've never looked that closely at this card apparently. And, interestingly, these are not plants. These are a bunch of different animals. There's even people reaching their arms up towards the sky here. And it looks like this path of light is actually a huge parade of all of these different animals and people and birds and insects traveling towards this mother tree spirit here. Okay, so really beautiful image, a lot going on. I think going back to these lotus flowers here is a strong message of tapping into that spirituality, tapping into that third eye. Swans are often seen as symbols of love, of connection, of unity, of finding, that person or those people who swim with you, who really, resonate with you, right? There's that whole story of the ugly duckling, where if you haven't heard it, I'm sure most of us have, but if you haven't heard it, to put it in a nutshell, there's a swan who somehow eggs are swapped, or something happens, and this little swan, its egg ends up in the nest of a duck family. Okay, and it's hasn't hatched yet. All of the little ducklings and their little eggs are all in the same nest, and mama duck is sitting on them, and they all start to hatch, and all the little ducklings hatch, and they all look the same, and mama duckling knows exactly how to raise them, and they are the right size and eat the right things. They kind of fall in line, right? And then this little swan, I can't think of the name for baby swans right now, but anyways, the little swan, baby swan, hatches, and mama duckling is just kind of bewildered, right? And is a little bit put off by this gangly, oversized, really awkward looking duckling, right? And so the little swan, his whole, baby life, tries really hard to fit in with his little duckling siblings, and, tries to swim like them and eat like them and look like them, right? But he can't control who he is, right? The way he's born. And so he never feels like he fits in. He never feels accepted. He's often ostracized and laughed at, and, treated really cruelly by some, other adult members of the duck community that he's born into. And so eventually he's kind of off on his own, and he's feeling really sad, and he's looking out across the water, and he sees these two incredibly beautiful birds just gliding across the water. And he wishes that he could be like them. They're gorgeous. He's never seen birds more striking, more majestic. They speak to something in his soul, right? And then he sees a few more glide across, and a few more, and they're this big family group, and the way they interact with each other and stretch and dive and preen themselves, and even the sounds that they make, just he wants, right? He has this yearning, this longing in his soul, but he knows he's so ugly, right? He knows, because he's been told this his whole life, but knows with quotations because it's not true. But he knows he's so ugly that he would never be accepted. And so he drops his head and looks sadly into the water, and lo and behold, his reflection, he looks exactly like those other birds. And as he looks up, he realizes that the group of swans has noticed him and is inviting him over to join them. And he's just welcomed in. It's a children's story, right? So it's a very happy ever after ending. I'm sure, there were little struggles to fit in, to learn how to be a swan and all the things, right? But at the same time, it resonated with him because these were his soul family. This was the family that his spirit fit into, and they were like him, right? Enough that they held, similar ways of being in the world, similar ways of relating to each other that he had always been seeking. Okay, so I think that holds a lot of advice for, hopefully for you and for some people here, and take what's relevant to your situation and leave the messages that aren't throughout this whole reading. But I think that, so this card came out in pile 1, but I think it has a little bit of a different message here, because here, this let love be your beacon. I think in this message, what you're really being encouraged to do is to, if you're feeling like you haven't kind of found your way, right? Like there's still all these different kind of like pieces of your world, and you kind of know where you want to go maybe, or maybe you're not really sure, or you kind of know the type of people that you wish you could attract into your life, but they're not there. Or maybe, maybe for some people this is kind of signifying a really separated, maybe you have a friend group that's like this, and a friend group that's like this, and a friend group like this, and you kind of wish that there was something that could bring them all together, or maybe you have different parts of yourself, right, that you're not sure how to honor each one and find something that reflects you as a whole, a way to show up in the world that reflects who you are with all of your different pieces, that you wish you could show all of them, but maybe you feel like in some situations you can only be this essence, and in other situations you can only be this essence, right? So I think that this card's guidance and central message, let love be your beacon, with the number 42, which adds up to 6, which is the number of love. Again, it's allowing that love, whether it's self-love, whether it's finding what you love, or even finding what you love in other people, right? Like, what kind of people does your heart just light up when you're around, right? Is it, what kind of values do you share? What kind of things do you like to talk about, right? Like, we all like different things, and that's okay, so allow yourself to be you, and to really let that love be your guiding light, right? She's holding this beautiful light here that kind of looks like a heart. Really, to me, it really shows kind of that heart chakra, solar plexus chakra connection, right? Where the heart chakra is how we connect, and the solar plexus chakra allows us to show up in the world and be our authentic self and be confident in that. So thinking about that connection between the two, and I think there's a strong message of all the moths just flocking to this light, right? And this beautiful person with a peacock on their arm, just showing who they are, and these moths, flocking to that light, she's calling in, other souls, other spirits that resonate with what she has to show to the world, right? And non-gender specific, you don't have to identify as female or anything to have this be your message. So take what resonates and leave what doesn't. But yeah, so I think, you know, bringing that into this reflection, this healing transformation here, and even this rest, you know, be still and listen. I think, you know, she's looking at these two characters in these cards here, and they both have this spiral image on their third eye, which is really about, you know, one, going within, right? Really listening to your inner knowing, you know, figuring out what is truly speaking to you, whether it's, you know, that seeking for connection with others, whether it's finding your true calling and finding the courage to follow it, or, you know, finding an intimate partner, or finding your way back with an intimate partner to what truly brought you together, right? You know, finding that path. And, you know, she's looking at these two, like, you know, almost thinking about and being grateful for that time she spent in this reflection and rest to really, you know, center in and discover her own true direction and essence. I think that's an important message here, you know, maybe to some of you for doing some meditation, journaling, you know, walking meditation, time spent in nature. I mean, you can see here, you know, this older woman is listening to her raven companion, which often heavily symbolizes, you know, getting in touch with your spirit guides, right? So birds often symbolize spirit guides, feathers, you know, if you've had any perhaps black feathers falling into your path, or you might find one in the next month. And I think it's a reminder to, you know, give yourself that time to reflect and rest. You know, that's really important, especially if you've got so much going on in your world that feels different, it's pulling you in different directions. You know, you feel a little, this energy, you know, has a little bit of that feeling of kind of being a bit scattered, which is a bit ironic with the, you know, your central card of this beautiful, cohesive, perfectly circular, smooth water, which is so calm, right? So I think getting back to this is, you know, what this next month might centrally be about for you, and these cards are giving you some advice on how to get there, right? So she's walking in nature, she's listening to her spirit guides, she's reflecting, she's healing, transforming, listening to that third eye. She is spending time here at home. You know, she's inside, she's in comfy clothes, she's cuddling with her cats, also a spirit guide for many. You know, she's got her hair down, right? She's nice and toasty warm. There's a little badger outside the window, which you know, might be relevant for some people too. I'm not super familiar with badger symbolism, so if anyone is and wants to share in the comments, I would love that. But she's got this fruitful apple orchard outside, you know, showing that she's got what she needs, right? She can calm down, she can take the time to just sit, you know, maybe eat an apple and really, you know, taste every bite, right? Really, really be present. Be grateful for just the ability to just be there, be in that moment, you know, feel that soft kitty fur on your cheek, or that sweet tangy apple, or seeing the beautiful life outside your window, right? And knowing you have a roof over your head and a warm place you call home, okay? All right, so beautiful. I also just want to call attention to the fact that we've got 26 and then 27, so I do feel like this is a really strong message of kind of like steps to take, okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to these next two, technically tarot cards, but we're using them more as oracle cards here, although Queen of Fire being Queen of Wands right underneath the water card. And she's got her eyes closed and she has this eye floating above her head, which I feel like is very indicative of seeing with, well, I guess it's debatable if she has her eyes closed or not. Maybe they're open. I thought that those were her lids, but I think they might be open. Oh, and she has peacock feathers. Beautiful. We've got a peacock here. I feel like there's some similarities between these two cards for sure. But whether her eyes are open or closed, she has this clearly open eye in the middle of this circle of fire, maybe even a little sun above her head. She's got this beautiful crown with a gem close to over her third eye, some peacock feathers, another cat, beautiful, and a couple of butterflies, just like we saw on this card, which symbolize transformation. So, I think that this is almost what these two are seeing when they close their eyes, or it's like the essence that comes through is this Queen of Fire who's so, she's spiritual, she's full of passion, she knows exactly what she wants and the next steps to take it, and she's not afraid to follow that path, right? Whatever that guidance that she receives when she reflects and rests, her next step is to take action, to act on that guidance, right? And she does so knowing that she's led, knowing that she's connected in, all of her chakras here are alive and healthy and vibrant. And so she knows that she's following her guidance, right? She's following her path. And not to say that she never makes mistakes or she never falters, of course, but, she is strong, she is confident. And I think that what really gives the Queen of Fire so much of that strength and confidence is being in touch with sorry, I just lost the words here. Let me think about this for a moment. Okay, that's interesting. I don't normally get kind of struck with that silence, but I feel like that was actually really important, not to get away from this message. I mean, it's really, if you ever get kind of, it's almost that message of like, if you get lost on your way, right? If you forget where you're going, what path you're following, what you're trying to reach, if that light goes out that is guiding you, and suddenly you're in the middle of this forest and you don't know which way to turn, right? There's 4 paths in front of you and they're all different, and you don't know where they're going to lead, and you don't know which one to take. Take a moment. It's okay. Even if you're in the middle of the forest and you feel like, I can't close my eyes, I can't sit down, I'm, not at home, I'm not safe, I'm out in the woods, right? Know that you're protected. That's what this message is here. Your guides will speak to you. You just need to listen, okay? Be still and listen. Rest. Give yourself that permission. Even if it maybe doesn't feel safe. Maybe it feels like you're on the spot, kind of like I was a moment ago. It feels awkward to have a little quiet on a video where I could edit it out, right? But I feel like it's meaningful, So hopefully there's a message in that for you of, if you don't feel this in your soul, that's okay. You know, it's always within you. It's waiting to be tapped into. And the way to do that is this, okay? Reflection and rest. All right, we're gonna put that down. I think that this is kind of hard for some of you to embrace, that you have this Queen of Fire inside you, okay? And I totally understand that, but you do. That's a very, very strong message. And again, not gender specific at all, but this incredible, beautiful power with, you know, this crown, right? This right to own this power and show it to the world. You know, this mantle that she's wearing, with the peacock feathers, which is very, you know, flamboyant in some ways, right? But she wears it well, and you can tell that it's part of her. It's part of her essence. So, you know, if you have trouble showing up like this to the world, that's okay. You know, keep practicing this. You'll get there. I love how it's fire right below water too. Maybe you have a really calm, smooth, you know, go with the flow exterior, and that's a beautiful part of you. It's a great skill to have, but you know, within you is this burning fire, and most people maybe wouldn't know it by looking at your cool, calm exterior, right? But you know it. You can feel it. Yeah. Okay. So this card, when I pulled it, if you'll remember, I think that we need to read from the book because it's quite an interesting illustration. 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Earth, you know, really a hard card for a lot of people. Can often kind of signify this, you know, the traditional tarot deck has like somebody left out in the cold, right? And right behind them is often a beautiful church with painted glass windows, stained glass windows, and light shining through, and maybe even people walking in or out that look, you know, happy and wealthy and healthy. And they're out shivering in the cold in tattered clothing that doesn't keep them warm enough. And, you know, they have this huge need, right? And it's not being seen. But kind of one of the traditional readings of that card is that if they just turned around and walked towards that source of light, they would find the aid that they needed. And it's there. They're just not seeing it, right? All right, so I'm going to grab the book for this, and I will be right back. Okay, thanks for, sorry for that quick interruption. I had to go check on my dog, make sure that she was all good. She was making a strange sound. Anyways, I feel like anything that happens in a reading has some significance, so just wanted to share that in case anybody else had the same thing go on at the same time. So always kind of a fun synchronicity if it does. All right, so we've got our guidebook here for the Dreams of Gaia Tarot, and I've found the 5 of Earth. So I'm not going to read this entire thing. So I'm going to let you take a picture of this, a screenshot, if you want to read the entire thing. Feel free to. So I'm just going to read these keywords and key phrases here. So keywords: easy options, easy money, connivance, deception, unnecessary risk, addiction, and blame. Key phrases: avoid easy answers, think twice about taking risks. Something is not as it seems, be honest with yourself, you are accountable. Do you gamble with another's future? Consider the feelings of others. Look beyond selfish desires and blame. Interesting. So, this card is kind of like, the minor arcana version of the devil in this deck, where it's showing that something is not as it seems. One of the opening to the rest of the writing there is that awareness is key. Okay, so it's got like a little sleight of hand, right, going on. There's a person in the background that interestingly kind of blends into these trees, has their hand over their hearts as if they're kind of hurt. Maybe they've been taken advantage of, And this person, if you just looked at their face without those horns, right? You might think, oh, attractive person, harmless, whatever, right? So I feel like the message that I'm kind of channeling here, it's a little interesting. This is not how I usually talk, so I feel like there's a spirit guide of somebody coming through a little bit with this message, is having some awareness. Maybe, interesting. So we were talking about kind of finding your, people that are resonant with you earlier, right? When we were talking about the swans, there might be people around you at the moment that are kind of presenting a false hand, right? Maybe some false friends or people who want to take advantage of, your beautiful exterior, this gorgeous shining light that they can sense inside of you. There's always people who unfortunately can want to take advantage of somebody else's light or goodness. So I don't want to stay with that message for too long. I mean, I feel like it's relevant for somebody out there. If it's resonating with you, I think that this message, this reflection and rest, maybe taking some time away from other influences, external influences in your world, you might be able to kind of ferret out what or who this is for you. And, like the card says, awareness is key, right? So there's that really strong connection to seeing, not with your eyes, right? But with your inner knowing, with your intuition, really tapping in, before kind of this. And if this has already happened, I'm sending you love and healing. I think we've all unfortunately been in similar situations. I know I have, where I've been taken advantage of, or, been gullible or naive, right, to somebody who I thought was a friend who ended up not being a friend, right? However that comes across for you. So, I think that there's a strong message here of tapping into that inner knowledge and seeing past somebody's sleight of hand, if that's what's going on in your world. Or maybe that was a past energy for you and it's still kind of hanging out in your energy today. It might be one of these pieces that feels a little bit fragmented and feels, how do you bring this all together? What lesson, this feels like it wasn't maybe tied in to your future, like it just sucked and it hurt and you wish it had never happened. And I can definitely say from the experiences that I've gone through that have felt like this, there's lessons that come from going through an experience like this that have helped me numerous, like essentially, and of course, again, take this if it resonates. If it hurts, if it's a hurtful message, don't, set it aside and move on. You don't need to take anything that doesn't apply to you. But going through experiences like this, while incredibly, incredibly difficult at the time, and sometimes, they take a lot of time to heal from, and it's not easy, and it can feel very alienating. Sometimes, you lose people, right? People that you never thought you would lose, or people that society tells you shouldn't lose, like family, that sort of thing. But, the experiences, I can only really speak from my experience, right? May not resonate with everybody, but the experiences that I've had with this type of energy, the lessons that I've learned, the reconnection and strengthening of connection that I've gained to my own intuition, my own ability to gauge the intentions of others and whether I resonate with them or not. I mean, I'm lickety fast. Like, I can meet somebody, I can even talk to somebody on the phone briefly, and I kind of know their essence, right? I can read their energy, and I think that's something that's always been within me, but I suppressed it, right? And I, was looked at as weird for it as a kid, and so I pushed that, I put it in a box, right? Pushed it away, and it came around to kind of bite me in the butt, right? Like I fell for it, but it allowed me to reopen that box and reclaim that and reintegrate it into myself, into my whole being, and I'm a million times over so grateful to have that part of myself back, right? So, all right, we'll go ahead and leave that there. I'd love to know, as we go throughout this reading, if there's things that resonate, feel free to leave comments on anything that you think of that comes up. If there's experiences that you feel like sharing with the collective, then great. Don't feel like you have to by any means, but I'd love to hear your story as well. All right, so we're going to get into our actual real more tarot part of the spread here. And so we've got Three of Wands first here, the World, Judgment, and the Tower. Incredibly powerful. I mean, just this section of the reading alone, it tells me so much about the journey that you're going through right at this moment, right? Three of Wands, you're looking out, wondering if your ships are going to come in, kind of holding back, right? But you're also dreaming. You're planning in your mind. You're maybe looking at those ships, wondering who's going to be on them. What new opportunities are going to open as soon as they come into the harbor. Will you go on one of those ships? Are you going to go out into the unknown yourself? Are they going to bring in new people, new experiences? Maybe you're thinking about relocating, or, maybe there's going to be people who relocate, or a person who relocates to your area who's going to open a whole new world to you, right? And you're finally going to find, your soul family, or your, soulmate, if you believe in that, right? The World also has a really strong message of potential travel. It's kind of the traditional meaning of that card can really be traveling, even going overseas, maybe relocating as well. But this can also mean, that inner travel, right? Like we talked about previously. So making that journey inside, I think this card with this wise older woman, I think it's really interesting that it looks like she has her eyes closed, and yet she's balancing on this branch, right? And she's far above the ground, those tiny, tiny mountains. Those are huge, right? And they look so small. And so you can tell that she is high up. I mean, if she fell, if she took one misstep, that would not be a fun tumble, right? And yet she knows, she's got these spirit guides around her, right? She's in touch. She doesn't need her, 5D. I guess not 5D, her 3D vision, right? Her five senses. I'm sure she's using some other senses like touch and smell, but I think the biggest message here is that she's using her inner knowing, right? She's so familiar with her world that she doesn't even need to look. She knows exactly where the next step should be. She knows this branch so well. She grew up going on this branch, right? She's done this a million times. She's picked these beautiful fruits. She's brought them back down to her village, to her people, brought the wisdom from this tree. I feel like this tree must be very spiritual and very meaningful to her people for her to be taking this kind of risk, right? And yet it's not even that much of a risk because she knows that she'll be fine, right? She's got that security. So I think the message for you here is that no matter what this, going into this, it may not even be a new path, right? It may just be something that you almost know with your soul, right? So like maybe you've done it in past lifetimes. Maybe it's something that you've done for years, not realizing that it's your calling, right? Maybe it seems insignificant or like boring or, not boring to you, but boring to like the rest of the world. Like, oh, everybody cooks, like everybody bakes, like that can't be your calling, but maybe that's to you, that's something that's, it's so familiar that it's just right. You could do it in your sleep. And it brings nourishment, right? It brings nourishment, it brings reading, it brings meaning. Reading. Maybe you're a really good reader. Tarot reader. That might be resonant for somebody, right? But, you can walk this path that, maybe nobody else in these multiple mountain villages that we see in the distance here, no one else other than this grand woman, can go up here and collect this fruit. She's the only one who can do that. And yeah, maybe it seems like a mundane purpose, but oh my gosh, like the knowing that it takes, to do this is incredible. Not to be overlooked, right? So maybe there's something in your world that speaks to that way of knowing. So judgment is a really interesting depiction of judgment, I've always thought. It's this, throwing of gifts. It's almost like a Santa Claus, right? Like this fun witch, right? She's up on her broom and she's got this basket attached to her broom where she's made all these cool, different, every gift is different. It's wrapped differently. It's different shape. I love that there's not only little kids down here, right? But there's even like a little black cat who's like, oh, I hope there's a gift for me. There's, this bird, looks like a pelican maybe on this pond, hoping for something, this little, maybe a swallow. There's even this, I don't know if it's an elk or a reindeer, I'm not really sure, but also hoping kind of for a gift, right? So she's got people, she's got animals, and she's giving her gifts, which it's a very literal way of looking at this card, because judgment often is highly spiritual, and there's a lot of like sometimes really like even religious connotations, because there's this like angel, up in the clouds, and there's people like cowering, right? And there's all this judgment, right? This big, heavy, and I love how this card is so light and happy, and just like she's flying over this land, and she's throwing beautifully wrapped gifts down to these people. And does she even know them? Do we know? We don't know. Like this could be just strangers, right? Or this could be like her village, and maybe she's gone off to a retreat and she's made all these beautiful gifts, and she's bringing back this, the fruits of her labor, right? Like we saw here. But however this resonates to you, I think, the way it's coming through, the way I'm channeling this message here is that it's this, after going through some really heavy stuff, right? Really heavy, you're able to kind of turn it. It's almost like that spinning of straw into gold, where, you're able to take all these lessons and turn them into these beautiful, messages, or, crafts, or baked goods, or, whatever it is that brings you joy and just, feels right. And give them out to the world, right? Like or even just to like your group of friends, or your pets at home, or, other people's pets, or the wild animals. Maybe you have a calling to like help heal, the rift between our natural world and people, right? So however that speaks to you, whatever resonates, I feel like there's this incredible message of joy and giving, and hanging in there. You'll get here if you're not already here. Like, it's in your cards, right? And then the Tower. So this is a really interesting card to have come, especially after this message. And I'm getting so strongly that this is like, do this, like, do it, just go for it. Like, you want this, right? And so you need to be almost struck, shaken out of essentially any funk that you're in, right? I almost feel like she was just kind of doing her thing. She's wandering along. Maybe she's this warrior, right? She's got a sword strapped to her back, which is kind of, maybe symbolic of being ready, right? Being defensive and being ready to defend oneself, being kind of wound up tight, waiting for danger, waiting for something to go wrong, right? Which, like, she might look at this tower and go, well, yeah, like, something did go wrong. Like, it was right for me to wait. But at the same time, that's not what this lightning strike is intended to, okay? So this tower, the traditional meaning of the Tower card is that there was something built up on faulty foundations. Or I also like the other interpretation that's being reminded to me, is that, maybe it wasn't faulty foundations, but maybe it just, this tower is kind of ugly, I have to say, right? Like, it's kind of an eyesore. It doesn't really fit in with, like, well, this landscape itself is a little barren and ugly too, I have to say. But, maybe it's not usually. Maybe it's these clouds and this dust, everything's kind of like collected. Maybe there's been a bad influence from the energy, the vibe of this tower. Maybe it's not meant to be here, right? It was built here, maybe by people that aren't really meant to stay in your world. That could be an interpretation. Or maybe this could even be meaning that, there's something that you've built brick by brick that isn't good for you anymore. Maybe it was, maybe you needed it to keep you safe, to keep you high up, away from dangers that you perceived around you, or, you know, maybe there were true dangers, right? Like, you know, I won't go too deeply into it, but like, you know, if we think about coming from a family of origin as a child where it wasn't safe to be just out dancing, right? Half clothed, like this beautiful dress that weaves around her and its vibrant colors, and you know, she's got these bangles, right, that make her kind of loud as she walks through the world, right, and probably draws eyes to her, and she's got this beautiful you know, drawing on her face, and she's got these gorgeous gauges, like beautiful necklaces that show like her culture, like show where she came from and who she resonates with. And you know, I feel like she's somebody who would draw the eye, right? And rightfully so, you know, gorgeous, like strong, athletic, fully herself, right? And so maybe, you know, where you grew up or how you grew up, you weren't allowed to show your essence like this, right? You kind of had to brick it away, barricade it away, and you only had these little bitty windows to look out of, right? Really sad. Oh, that's some heavy energy, so I'm just gonna move it through. I almost feel like looking at this a little closer, she's got lightning right on her finger, you know? I don't know if you can see that, but maybe she's the one who called this lightning down from the cloud and said, you know, enough is enough. I'm not staying in this tower. This tower is not staying in my landscape anymore. I don't need it. You know, it's coming down. I'm going to build something better, or maybe I won't build something at all. Maybe I'll just live wild and free, right? Moving on to a more beautiful landscape, you know, leaving this behind, right? So, yeah, I feel like, some heavy energy there. So if you're currently in this energy, sending you a lot of strength and courage. It takes a lot of strength and courage to tear something down that we've spent time and had good reason to build up, right? It's never without reason. Like, we always do things for reasons. Sometimes we just need a change of perspective, or we just outgrow them, or you know, we are able to move into a safer space or a more creative space or whatever it is, right? So that resonates with you. I feel like this is some really powerful, transformative energy to really embrace, so that, you know, this can move through, right? It's almost like maybe this comes first in a way, right? Bubbles up inside you, and in order for this to be true, you kind of gotta call in this lightning strike energy and burst through those walls, right? Maybe this witch came from this tower. The tower is no longer needed. She can give her gifts to the world, right? Okay, so we will do the last stage in your reading, which is looking at these 5 cards that we drew. So flip them over in order. Beautiful. 4 of Stones, protection, so serene. Little deer. 5 of Stones, endurance, amazing. Okay, this card actually came out in pile 1 as well, and it just really strikes me that it's 4 of Stones, 5 of Stones, which is 4 of Pentacles, 5 of Pentacles. We've actually already had 5 of Pentacles here, but what a different depiction, right? The Wheel, beautiful. Oh, I love that. Okay, it's the Wheel of Fortune. And Queen of Bows. That's the Queen of Wands. Beautiful, you guys. Okay. And last but not least, oh my goodness, the synchronicities in this reading are unreal. So this, the Guardian, which I absolutely love this depiction. So typically 15 is the devil, right? This deck, the Wildwood Tarot, has a lot of different interpretations of the major arcana. So this isn't quite the meaning of the devil as we think of it in the traditional tarot. And I'll probably actually read from the deck when we get here, because I love the interpretation, reinterpretation that has been given to this card. So don't be afraid of this card. It actually makes so much sense, and I feel like it corners your reading. So we will get there. Beautiful. Okay, pile 2. So looking at these 5 cards, which I really love that there's 5 too. I feel like that number is really relevant. 5 of Pentacles. I forget where else I was thinking of the number 5, but I feel like it's cropped up in my mind a couple of times as we've gone through the reading, which is, it's the number of change, right? And so from here we see the progression: 4 of Stones, 5 of Stones, protection, endurance. I feel like this really speaks back to what we were talking about in the Tower. We've even got lightning here, right? So here you're protected, it's serene, you're this little deer, so sweet, so innocent. Maybe you had to keep yourself safe, right? Maybe you had to keep yourself hidden. This beautiful, soft, inner, being that you have, right? That's just so precious and deserving of protection, deserving of being kept safe, right? And then here we have endurance. I almost feel like this is, in a way, it's gone on so long, right? You've had to endure, you've had to keep yourself safe, you had to protect yourself, and yet, while you might look still small, and maybe this, in some extent, how you feel on the inside, you sometimes still feel, like you're small and alone and hungry and lost, cold, tired, right? Having to do it all yourself. And yet you've managed to build this beautiful fire, right? It's keeping you safe, it's keeping you warm, it's providing light, it's warding off, things in the dark, right? And you're enduring, and you're staying in this place, moderately protected still. Smoke's going up to the sky, there's lightning and thunder out there, and yet you endure, right? But I feel like things need to change, okay? So we've got the Wheel of Fortune. It's a really, really strong card centering your last 5 here. So this is all about change, centering a drawing of 5 cards. We've got the Wheel of Fortune. 5 plus 5 is 10, right? Got the wheel. We've got the sun, the moon. It's all about cycles, right? This is the loom, the weaving of life threads coming together, your destiny, your fate, if you resonate with that, right? Got the waters of life here. I mean, just so much symbolism of being taken care of, and honestly being meant to go through these stages, and you're ready. You're ready for this spin of the wheel, this change. You're ready to shake things up, right? For this lightning to be thrown down, break open your tower, right? Come out into the worlds, go off on your adventure, spread your gifts, follow that path that you've always had in your heart. Watch your ships come in, meet new people, go out in the world, go on adventures, right? Follow that calling, Always feel that you can come back to that inner intuition. It's so strong in you, and unfortunately, fortunately, a lot of us gain intuition through having to go through really hard things, right? But we can take that and, turn it into this unshakable core knowledge of what's right and what's wrong for us, right? And so that is a gift, and that is something that can be spread to the rest of the world too. You can be a guiding light for others, right? You can be healing and transformative for yourself. Okay. And so this shows me that, and I know some people don't love this message. And so please, if it doesn't resonate with you, just put it to the side. Somebody out there needs to hear it. But things happen for a reason. Okay. And no, it doesn't mean that things are okay or that they should have happened or that the people or events that were involved were in the right, anything like that. Or even that people are deserving of forgiveness, right? And so, but things that happen in our lives, we can essentially be the ones who decide what we take from that and what we leave. And we get to decide what we bring into our future and what we let go of, okay? And so we can look for the reason, we can look for the lesson, we can look for what we can find in those experiences that help us be who we want to be and help us be strong. Okay, sorry for the interruption, guys. Got a phone call that I needed to answer, but that's okay. I feel like I was waxing a little bit there and maybe needed the interruption to redirect my own energy. So I'm going to move on to this next card that we have here, which is the Queen of Bows, also the Queen of Wands, similar to the Queen of Fire here. So I feel like this is really reiterating, look at the contrast, Queen of Wands to, these two, right? You have this inside of you, right? This is a strong, powerful, she owns her energy. She takes ownership of her surroundings. She knows the land. She knows the lay of the land. She's aware. She's watchful. And yet she's not scared, right? She's confident. So I feel like there's a strong message here of, reconnecting with that inner sense of power and wisdom that you are, right? And that you've earned. You've gone through really hard things, and it's strengthened something inside of you, and you deserve to own that, okay? So I am going to read to you from the book for this last card here. So this Guardian card, so I'm a huge fan of Women Who Run with the Wolves. It's a book by Clarissa Pinkola Estes. Gorgeous book full of really meaningful storytelling that she, the author Clarissa, Dr. Estes, she uses to teach us about, your own psyche, and really powerful read. Highly recommend it for anybody who, that kind of sounds interesting and resonates with. If you like tarot, you'll probably like that book. And so this card in particular from this deck always makes me think of the story in there where there's this incredible woman. She's a wise older woman who, she lives in this remote area by herself, and she holds all of this deep wisdom inside of her. And what she does is she wanders, and in the story it's throughout the desert, right? So it's a really harsh environment. She wanders and she gathers bones. And as she gathers them, she sings to them. She brings them all back together. And when she has every bone that, makes up an animal or a human, she sings her final song to it. And the bones reform and they run off. Kind of like this one is doing, this bear, bones of this bear. Beautiful spiritual bear. That's so, bears are so meaningful in so many cultures, right? Hold so much wisdom, speak to us of the sacred spiritual world and of being connected to the land, of living with the cycles, hibernating when it's cold and being out, knowing the right berries to eat and the medicines of the plants, right? Living with the seasons, molting, looking silly sometimes while molting, but then suddenly they have this gorgeous, sleek coat, and they look like a new bear, right? If you've ever seen a bear that's pre-molting, during molting, and after molting, they don't look like the same bear before and after, especially those black bears that are, common here where I live. So we've got this bear, and so back to the story from Women Who Run with the Wolves. So this, skeleton, right, that she's sung essentially back to life. She's sung the spirit back into. She's helped to reclaim its spirit. She's gathered the bones so meticulously and looked for every tiny little bone, even the little canine tooth, right? All the incisors and what makes up the elbow and the knee, every little tiny vertebrae that goes up into the back of the skull, right? She's sung it back to life, runs off into the hills, and as it crests over the hill, it looks back and she can see its silhouette, that it's fully fleshed out, right? It's reclaimed that life. It goes off and it lives a full life. Doesn't ever see her again, but yet she knows it's out there, right? Something that she helped put into the world. So I feel like there's some resonance there. Take what resonates. But we'll go ahead and read about this card, and then after that we'll talk just briefly about your crystal, and then I think we'll wrap up the reading from there. So, all right. So Wildwood Tarot, line number 15, which normally would be the Death card, of course. I'm going to let you guys take a picture of this if you would like to read it further. Sorry, it's not focusing great. Oh, there we go. Kind of look a little closer. These italics can be hard to read. Okay, so we're just going to read a little bit of it. So the position on the wheel part, the guardian stands at Samhain on 1st of November at the gateway of the dead. He stands between the elements of water, beautiful, and earth, and is associated with the waning moon. Okay, we're going to read this reading points part. Reading points. A challenge has arrived in your life. The situation may be very complex. It may even have profound implications for your life and how you deal with the world. Okay? It may manifest itself in the form of a profound inner realignment or the facing of some physical outer predicament. Whether from the labyrinth that is the human mind or from some external source, the challenge that presents itself now must be seen for what it is, an opportunity. If something has been hidden or repressed, if a situation has been left to decay or become unhealthy, we saw in the tower. Now is the time to take control of your fears and deal with the insecurity with courage and integrity. Absolutely. Always be aware that however threatening or difficult this situation is, you can only become stronger and more resilient from the experience of understanding and accepting inner darkness. Wow, guys, that's so relevant. Okay, we're going to read the roots and branches. So we have Trickster, the Dark Angel, Herne the Hunter. It's H-E-R-N-E. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. The Dark Man of the Sacred Oak, Lord of the Underworld, Oberon, Sentinel of the Threshold, and Pan. Interesting. All right, so just so you guys know a little bit more about this deck, so the people who designed this deck, these two gentlemen here, it's super fascinating. I highly recommend, if you're drawn to this deck, to read the intro, because it talks a lot about how they designed, especially the major arcana. They kind of changed some things, right? So this isn't just depicting the typical death card and its meaning. It also has some elements of other, of other characteristics, right, from other typical traditional tarot cards. Like this one pulls in a lot from the Hanged Man as well. And so, yeah, I think we will leave that there and just talk briefly about that. I mean, I feel like it kind of captures almost the essence of this message, right? So I think there's a lot going on in your life right now, and it feels really challenging. Sending you strength and understanding, and you're not alone, okay? So there's, I think there's a strong community here in the tarot world of people who've experienced a lot, right? And kind of have been maybe forced, or they've turned to this spiritual, kind of peering into that inner world, which can seem really, really dark sometimes, right? But finding the meaning and coming through and finding that life again. Okay, so I think this is talking a bit about that death rebirth cycle, and I think overall your cards are really reminding you of who you are and what you have to give to the world. But there might be a big shakeup necessary. Maybe you're going through it. Maybe you've already gone through it. Maybe it's needed and it's something that you're going to bring about. Sometimes the tower comes in. Nobody loves to see the tower if they're not expecting it, and it can be unexpected. If that happens, I'm not saying it's going to, okay? So usually we kind of know if it's coming up, but it's because there's gifts waiting on the other side, and it's a necessary change, okay? And try to keep that perspective as you go through this cycle of life, right? The wheel's always turning. Yeah. All right. Well, I did want to talk briefly about this stone. So this is a raw serpentine stone. Let's see if we can get it to focus a little bit. Might be kind of hard with this camera setup. I'm still kind of figuring this out. There we go. It's beautiful. I absolutely love the colors in this stone. From what I know, it has some hematite bands in it. Okay. But serpentine itself, I'm going to read just a little bit to you. So it's a stone of independence. It's a stone of protection. Okay. So we've got some synchronicities there. It stimulates the user to move into new realms and social circles without hesitancy. Okay, that's definitely relevant. It can alleviate and soothe sensitivity and anxiety, preserves you or protects you from conflicting energy forces. It also assists the retrieval of wisdom, helping you to regain memory of past lives. It clears the chakras. Okay, so I've got my chakra bracelet here that I always keep close by. So it helps to clear the chakras. It especially stimulates the crown chakra, like we talked about here. Opens up psychic knowledge, psychic ways of knowing. And last but not least, it is a phenomenal meditation stone, both grounding and elevating, cleanses and aligns the entire chakra field. Okay, so could go on, but we will end it there. You can use the raw or the more common polished version of the serpentine stone, but I kind of love the raw because it reminds me of, you know, I don't know, just where we come from, right? Kind of that true, you know, we don't always come into the world being polished and ready for being set in a ring, right? Sometimes we're raw and we have rough edges, and people tell us we need to clean up or shape up, right? Or be more uniform or whatever. And yet there's others who love us just like this, right? So find those people, okay? All right, beautiful, beautiful pile 2. I'm sending you so much love, so much strength and courage. If you're in a challenging place right now, know that there is a community for you out there, maybe even here on this channel. I'd love to, hear any comments if things resonated. If you like this reading, please feel free to like it and subscribe if you'd like to know when I post more readings. I'm hoping to do a few a week starting now. And so I will be back talking to you guys again soon. And I look forward to future readings with you. So this is a timeless reading. Whenever you get to it is the right time. All right, well, have a wonderful day or night wherever you are, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, my beautiful reading number 3 people. I absolutely love the colors in this pairing. So I won't talk too much because I haven't actually started a reading. We are going to pick your cards. I'm going to pull some oracle cards from 3 different decks and then some tarot cards from a couple of decks. I'm going to show you each deck and kind of show you what the deck is, who made it, that sort of thing. So, all right, we'll start with our beautiful Dreams of Gaia. This is actually a tarot deck, but I am using it as an oracle deck today in this reading. A lot of the major arcana have very different meanings and very in-depth meanings that are different from a traditional tarot deck. And so even the minor arcana can have some pretty deep different interpretations. So we're using it as an oracle deck today. And I'll go ahead and shuffle. And if you ended up here by mistake and you do not want to spend time watching the pile preparation, please do not feel like you need to. You can go ahead and look at the timestamps below and you can skip ahead to where I start your actual reading, and that is perfectly fine. I just like to shuffle on camera here because I do feel that it gives some influence to the energies of your reading from the people that I am reading for, which is all of you guys. So put some of your energy into these card selections. So that's my feeling. Oh, we've already got one. Oh, lovely. And we are looking for 2 from this deck. Okay. Your energy is coming out quick. I love it. So our next oracle deck that we're taking 2 cards from as well is this beautiful Nature's Whispers. Beautiful artwork, beautiful colors. I always find this deck so incredibly inspiring. It can be a little hard to shuffle. It's pretty big. So I'll probably only do just a couple shuffles here. But I like that the cards are so big because they really allow you to see all of the beautiful artwork and the incredible detail that the artist has put into this deck. So, okay, I feel like, yep, there's 2. Okay, we're gonna go with those 2. Like I said, your energy is flowing. It is quick. I like it. All right, so this deck is the Goddess Love Oracle. We will also take 2 really sweet animals in this deck, and I love my animals. Love the animal guides that show up in readings, and I always get a lot of meaning from them. So we'll see what comes out for you guys. I feel like there must be animal lovers in this group for me to be mentioning that in particular. So shout out to my animal lovers there. Take that one. Oh, and this one. Okay. Lovely. So let's go ahead and stack these cards so we can see all of them. Kind of stack them in order from biggest to smallest there. All right, so let's get into your tarot cards. So this deck is really unique. It's called Ask the Witch. Some super interesting symbolism and illustrations in this deck. I really get a lot every time I pull from this deck. It really speaks to me. I haven't been using it for super long. It's a newer deck, but I felt this like resonance and kinship from it right away. So I always love when that kind of thing happens. All right, it's a really, they're like really thick cards, which is nice for, you know, helping them not bend as easily, but it can be a little hard to shuffle, especially if you have hands aren't super small, but you know, if you have smaller hands, this deck might be a bit of a challenge, but it's worth it. All right, so I guess before I pull some cards, in the first 2 readings, I have pulled 4 cards from this deck, and it seems to work really well, so we are going to go ahead and stick with that, with this deck in particular. So 4 cards. So I did set the intention at the very beginning of this whole reading that any cards that fall out, I will not take for this reading, but I will show them to you in case they have relevance for you. You know, they may end up in your reading anyways, but yeah, really interesting. 4 of Pentacles and Death. We're not going to get into those cards right now, but those might be significant to somebody watching. Don't be afraid of the Death card. Just, you know, it's a strong message that just came across. So those 2 cards together sometimes can feel a little harsh. I don't think they're meant to be. So be gentle with yourself, okay? I am feeling these 4. Yeah, all right. Last but not least, we have this gorgeous, and it's a pleasure to shuffle. So you can see I'm just going right to shuffling it, but this is the Wildwood Tarot. I really resonate with this deck. I've had it for a long time. You can see that it is well loved. There's, marks and such on the cards, but it still works so well for me. I always get so many messages when I use this deck, and I love the illustrations. They really speak to me. Just saw the Archer on the bottom there, which was in reading 1. So that, maybe there's someone here who's meant to watch reading 1 also, since we just saw that little flash there. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to mention, so with this deck and the other 2 readings, I have been taking whatever cards come out, however many seem to be right. And so, like for reading number 1, it was 6 cards. For reading number 2, it was 5. Yeah, I'm actually getting that it's 3. You guys have maybe I do feel like you have a quicker energy, so maybe it's a quicker reading message as well. The previous 2 readings have been quite long, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get through this one a little faster. Not good or bad, just what it is, right? And then I do have this additional deck. I always keep an extra deck nearby for clarity, for clarifying your message. Okay, sorry for that pause there. Just had to step away for a second. But yes, so I always keep a deck nearby in case we need clarification during a reading, and I need to just pull some clarifying cards. I try to keep a full tarot deck, such as this one, so that we can get any clarifications needed. I have not actually needed to use it in the previous 2 readings today, so we may or may not need to use it for your reading. For some reason, I'm feeling like we might, but we'll see. So this is the Tarot Mucha. Also had this deck for a very long time. It was one of the first decks that was ever gifted to me, actually. So I definitely feel like it has some very clear cut message cards. Yeah, it's definitely one I turn to if I need a little more clarification, feel like I'm getting some vague or confusing information. So, all right. Well, I will put this aside for now, and I'm going to go ahead and move your cards off the screen, and we will get started with the reading. So welcome pile 3 if you're just joining us now. We just did essentially shuffling a bunch of different decks, 3 decks that I pulled 2 each as oracle cards, and then 2 different tarot decks that I pulled some tarot cards from, all of which we will use in your reading. So I've got your cards here. If you want to know what tarot deck any of these cards came from, feel free to watch that pile shuffling. I do show which deck each different card, the back of the card correlates to each, the deck that they correlate to, essentially. And also I'll place what decks I'm using today down in the description box and a pinned comment. So hopefully that helps if anyone wants to find out which decks were used. So go ahead and get started with your reading. So first I am going to place your oracle cards. So I've got 2 each from these different decks, and place them. Oh, I'm going to move your card over here. Oh, that one we'll keep here. Just make sure we're in view. Okay, there we go. Still getting used to this format of YouTube, so I apologize for some clunkiness here, and please feel free. I would absolutely love to get some feedback in the comments, things that you liked, things that could be better, how the audio quality is, all of those types of things. Would be very grateful for some feedback. So, okay, intuition, beautiful. That is card number 36 there. That beautiful illustration. Make sure we've got room for all of them. Okay. Love Matters, number 43. Beautiful. It's really interesting because we had a card come out in reading number 1 that was number 34, had kind of a similar message. So if you felt drawn to reading number 1, this might be a sign to watch that one as well. Sanctuary. Connect to your inner strength, number 29. Beautiful. And peace. Open your heart, number 21. Just move these over a bit. Okay, so go ahead and place, oh my goodness. This is absolutely unreal. This card came out in reading number 2 in this exact placement. So maybe you're connected to reading number 2 as well. Definitely feel free to watch more than one reading. They might be relevant for you. There might be messages for you in more than one. Sometimes they can, 2 different readings can pertain to 2 different areas of your life. Yeah, so, okay. Beautiful. So this is the 9, I believe it's of water. I believe this is the 9 of Cups. I will confirm that. Been getting strong messages with these minor arcana cards in this deck for some reason today to read them from the book. So we will look at the book when we come to this, and we'll confirm what suit that is. I know I should know my elements. I'm pretty sure it's water, but for some reason I'm struggling with that today. Okay, so next we're going to take a look at these tarot cards. These 4 on the bottom. These we will save until a little bit later in your reading. Don't worry, we'll get to them. But yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at what we have here. Page of Wands. Let me show that to you. Another bunny. So many rabbits in your reading. Interesting. Maybe that's a sign for someone. The Ace of Cups. The Hermit. And last but not least, the Devil. Okay, don't worry about that. We will talk about it. I know some people see that and become concerned, but no need to be concerned. 2 major arcana to end this first half of the reading, so very interesting. Okay. Well, first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to read from the book about the Luminous Warrior. So let me grab the guidebook here. So this is from the Mystical Shaman Oracle. So I'm going to hold this up in case anyone wants to take a screenshot. Feel free to. We're going to read this whole thing, and just to explain, kind of how this guidebook is intended. The essence is kind of the core meaning message of the card. The invitation is intended to be read when you pull this card upright, and the medicine is intended to be read when you pull this card in reverse. So I'm going to leave this open for you. Take what messages from here you want to take. Feel free to, leave any messages that do not resonate with you or that you do not want to take. They are probably for somebody else here, so not every message has to be for you in a reading. Definitely touch in with your own intuition and just, take what feels right, what feels resonant for right now in your life. And, I've had readings where I've gone back and watched them again at a different point in my life and taken completely different messages from, so that can always happen as well. But so we'll go ahead and read this. So the essence: the luminous warrior has no enemies in this world or the next. He is impeccable in word and deed. He focuses on his light rather than on what hides in the dark. Since he casts no shadow, he is as radiant as the sun and can transform his most terrible enemy into his ally. His power comes not from the sword, but from speaking his truth at all costs. Beautiful. And the invitation: the luminous warrior reminds you it is important to focus on your power, wisdom, and beauty. Do not be seduced by what seems wrong with you or with the world. Remember that intention follows attention. So focus on your positive traits. Feed your light with more light until you feel truly empowered. Then there will be little need for action as you resolve all situations from within. Beautiful. And then the medicine: are you being tempted by your emotions to follow your lower instincts? Are you being invited to enter into a quarrel with somebody? Put your sword away. This is not the time for battle. Your enemy is not who you think it is. Do not act from a place of anger that will damage your relationships and hurt the ones you care for. Find the truth hiding in your heart that will affirm your instinct for peace rather than for war. Okay, beautiful. So it's really interesting. Let me just adjust the lights a little bit here. It's getting a little darker outside, so hopefully that helps a little bit. Okay, so really interesting because I do feel that there's already some strong messages coming through. With the last two readings, I read the tarot last, but I'm definitely feeling called to talk a little bit about this Devil card. I feel like it might be on the mind of some of you watching, kind of a little anxiety about that card. So let's talk about it. Let's just, take a look at the elephant in the room here. I am actually going to read to you from this guidebook, which I didn't do for the previous two readings, but I feel like this particular devil is really relevant, the particular meaning that this book gives. So feel free again to take a screenshot if you'd like. Sorry, that's not, oh, there we go. Okay. The devil. So Lilith. Some of you might be familiar with the tale of Lilith. Many feel judged by the card of the devil because of old stereotypes and old moral relics. Rules have been disobeyed, passion has led us to excess, and we are too much or too little for the society we attempt to live in. Really? Let's begin by saying that tarot cards make no judgments, and if anything, they overturn them. Those who dare to face off with the devil on equal terms will discover that behind the demon lies the principle of self-determination. They will discover the story of Lilith. Some Middle Eastern myths and some Jewish texts narrate that before Eve, Adam was married to Lilith. Her constitution was coarser than that of men, but she refused to be mentally or sexually submissive to her husband or to her role as a parent, so she was banished from the Garden of Eden. In some versions of the tale, she comes back to the garden as a snake and shares her knowledge with Eve, while in others, she continues to live in harmony with nature, and in yet others, she joins the company of various demons, never missing paradise. She became a feminist icon over time that speaks to anyone looking for their own voice, regardless of gender. Sometimes we become toxically and destructively addicted to that which hurts us, only for lack of self-love. Other times we raise our heads and fly away, and it makes no difference if our wings are bat wings rather than angel's wings, because someone as free as ourselves will embrace us. It's beautiful. Okay. So I feel like there's a really strong message here. You definitely might resonate with pile 2. But yeah, I feel like this Queen of Fire, which is the equivalent of the Queen of Wands in a more traditional tarot deck, is really speaking to that incredibly strong way of being in the world, where you're unapologetic. I mean, she's literally burning, right? She's burning away anything that does not meet her standards. She's burning away anything that holds her back. She can't be contained. You know, who could possibly hold her back when she's literally on fire, right? So I think this is the core message for this month is, you know, maybe you already identify with this, and maybe you're listening to this reading and saying, I can't be that person, or I'm not that strong, but clearly the tarot is showing up to tell you that. And that is a misperception, that this is within you. Yeah, the cards have spoken, so believe it. So beautiful. We will read this card, but I think we're going to come to it a little bit later. So let's go ahead and talk about this set of oracle cards here. So we've got intuition, love matters, sanctuary, and peace. You know, I feel like these relate to each other really strongly in that you've kind of got some inner guidance here, right? Like this is a little more maybe outside worlds. This can be definitely relevant to both, but some inner guidance here about kind of that way to find yourself to this if you feel like you have strayed or are having trouble claiming being this Queen of Fire. And so, and non-gender specific, of course, you know, take what resonates for you. But I feel like this intuition card is just speaking so deeply of kind of that warrior, worldly knowledge that everyone contains within them, and you know, allowing yourself to reclaim that, right? You are born with this knowledge of how to claim that light and stand in that light. Beautiful. You know, it's interesting because we had in the Luminous Warrior card talking about feeding your light with more light. And so, you know, looking at this card, it's full of flowers and butterflies and beautiful colors. all of these animals. You know, perhaps you're a nature lover, as I am, and so this card really brings to mind a lot of things that bring joy. You know, just seeing nature and blooming flower fields and butterflies and animals out in the wilds, you know, running free, doing what they're meant to. Beautiful, healthy land and rivers. And the fact that this is the intuition card, I feel like this, you know, it's talking about things that speak to you at that level of deeper knowing, that really resonate into your heart and your spirit and feel really nourishing, rejuvenating, you know, maybe advising you to spend some more time in nature and just really letting it sink in, right? Kind of allowing yourself to gain lightness from that experience. And then with this beautiful card, so if you can see within, there we go, within this bird here, there's an entire separate scene. You know, there's also a river, it's a beautiful lake and a boat, mountains in the background, very peaceful. And this bird, you know, it's bringing this knowledge of this sunlit paradise to this woman. And again, not gender specific, but, you know, this card kind of reminds me of the Three of Wands in some ways, where there's a ship that is either going out to sea or coming back in, and, you know, she kind of has this appearance of waiting for a message or waiting for news. She has flowers in her hair, you know, which often in many cultures is a sign of greeting or welcoming home. And, you know, it's nighttime here, although down here it almost looks like day, like the ship's going into the day, but where she is, it's night. And so it really has this message of, receiving a message for one, but also of almost like looking into another world, another possibility here that's different from, you know, the current circumstances, current reality. So I feel that there is a strong message here for you, wishing on a star, you know, maybe wanting things to be different or seeing the possibility of something, but not quite being there yet. You know, maybe receiving signs and symbols of it being out there, of it being a possibility, but, you know, you're still in a different current reality. And maybe for some of you that has something to do with love, with intimate partnership, or, you know, other types of love, maybe even self-love, right? Maybe kind of seeing the beautiful, what feels like paradise, opportunity for truly loving yourself and embodying that and feeling that, but just not quite being there yet. Okay. So looking at sanctuary, connect to your inner strength, and peace, open your heart. I feel like both of these messages are also really talking about, you know, they have a very, very similar appearance. You know, they're both kind of looking down, almost looks like the same little bunny in both of them. And yet one is in a very different environment. You know, there's looks like a battle going on, or maybe this bunny is being hunted, chased. And this earth goddess is offering a safe place to hide. And, within there, this rabbit will connect to their inner strength and essentially get back in touch with that courage to venture out into the world again, even after something really difficult and scary has happened. And, the future is uncertain, but, the universe is offering this time and place that's needed of some rest, and that knowing that there's sanctuary and safety being offered there. And then in this image, we see this winter landscape. Everything looks peaceful. There's even a dove of peace. And I think in this card it was mentioned, if you have a quarrel with somebody or feel yourself getting kind of pulled into that quarrel, see if you can find that feeling of peace within yourself. And so I feel like this is reiterating that message, right? Of, maybe you are currently, or maybe you've been going through a time of conflict, maybe with somebody, or just feeling even in the wider society, right? There's certainly conflict going on in many places in the world, and different business sectors and environmental sectors, and on, right? Depending on, your exposure and who you have, if you have people, loved ones who are involved in conflict, it can be hard to not get, pulled in your entire being, right? It can be hard to almost just not embody that conflict, and kind of lose yourself, lose your sense of yourself within that sense of conflict throughout the world. So I think that this card is really an important message here to, it can be hard when there's conflict around you to open your heart and to seek out and allow yourself that peace. It can feel like you are betraying somebody or being disloyal to, people who are fighting, for all kinds of things, right? For good things, for their own peace. It can feel disloyal to them to take a little break and to restore yourself. But, there's that saying of you've got to put your air mask on first, right? In order to be able to give to others, you have to make sure that you're giving from a full well. If you allow that well within you to run dry, not only is there nothing for anyone else, but often you'll feel the effects of burnout or get sick, have mental fatigue, all kinds of things, right? And so it's really important to make sure that you do allow yourself this, even if it's so that you can continue to take care of others, and that's certainly noble, but you also need to take care of yourself, and that's just as important. I feel like there's someone who needed pretty badly to hear that message because it came through really strong. So hopefully that helped. All right, so I think I will go ahead and read to you about this card. Grab the book here. So this is from the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. Okay. Yes, it is of water. So this is the equivalent to the Nine of Cups, which is generally thought of as a wish fulfillment card. And this guidebook is incredibly deep. So for example, this is a minor arcana, right? And this has literally 4 pages about the Nine of Water. So we're not going to read the whole thing. I will show you this first page. And I'll go ahead and show you all the pages in case you do want to take a screenshot and read them on your own later. Or pause it and read it now. Let's see if it'll focus. Don't know if it's going to. There we go. Okay. And just the little last page. There you go. Okay. So I'm just going to read to you the keywords and key phrases. Keywords are illumination, acceptance, openness, emotional enlightenment, strength, courage, fear, and ignorance. So these kind of have keywords from if you were to pull it in the upright and in the reverse. So the ones that kind of, to our minds, like fear and ignorance, have a bit more of a traditional negative connotation. That's, reverse, more of a blockage, right? So we're reading this in the upright, but again, take what resonates for your particular situation and leave what doesn't. So key phrases: open your heart. Past experiences leave an emotional imprint. Shine a light on the source of the emotional pain. The effect of past experiences on the present moment. The weight of our emotions. Emotional enlightenment, the process of becoming lighter. Ignorance is not bliss. Break the cycle. Remove the emotional hooks. Okay. So it's really interesting, right? Because we've been talking about light, right? There's a halo. I mean, this vision of light, she's lit up with her own burning inside fire, right? Inner fire. And then she is looking into this beautiful ray of light that's coming down upon her, almost like a healing light, right? And so, this card is speaking a lot to that healing of emotional hurts, right? Past emotional trauma, baggage that we bring into the present day with us from things that we've experienced in the past, right? So I feel like this message is becoming a bit clearer, and it's really interesting because even from when I was first pulling your cards in the tarot, the card pulling section, shuffling your cards and preparing your pile, I just had this feeling of kind of quick energy, kind of like, okay, let's move to the next thing, move to the next thing, move to the next thing. I feel like we've slowed down a bit here, but there's almost a little bit of a heavy energy. Not a slow, but kind of a little touch of despair. So if you're feeling that, if I'm picking that up from you, I'm sending you a lot of love, and I've been there. I've definitely felt that. So if you're going through some struggles right now in any area of your life, or even just overall, we're glad that you're here, and that you're listening to this, and hopefully that this is providing some healing and bringing some light. Because I think that's the message here, is that, you deserve to cultivate that light in your life and kind of allow that to burn through some of that really heavy, really hard stuff that, many of us really struggle with, right? And it can really weigh you down. I mean, you're incredibly strong, Your card is the Luminous Warrior. You're literally a warrior that is glowing with light, okay? Right below that, this Queen of Fire is one of my absolute favorite cards in any deck. And, she's full of creative, fiery power. She's unapologetically her. She goes after what she wants. She channels all of her light, all of her energy into what she wants to be in the world, right? And so if you're coming from this place of darkness, you can see around this figure here, it's just black. There's little bits of light kind of leaching into there, but overall it's black, it's dark. We don't know where she's come from, right? We don't know what her surroundings are. Maybe she just feels like she's in the dark. And yet there's this ray of light that comes down and, illuminates. I feel like there's a really strong message from all right, this may not be a message for everybody, but I did just get the really strong impression that some of you may have lost somebody, and that if that is the case, they very much are sending you so much light and so much love. And that they don't want you to despair for them. Obviously, we all must grieve, and that's healthy. And you don't want to fast track or, repress that, but they want you to know that okay, that's interesting. That they are light. Okay? So take that if it resonates for you, if that's a message that is meant for you, absolutely take that. And if not, it's for somebody else. So I just saw 36. So yeah, getting that really strong intuition feeling, got little energy tingling on the top of my head, which always tells me that I'm getting pretty strong intuitive message. So it's definitely a message for some of you here, somebody here. So if that's you, thank you for sharing your energy with us today. I'm going to move to the next message. So beautiful. And for everybody, even if that message didn't pertain to you, I feel like there's just a really strong, reminder that you're not alone. We share this world with countless other people, other beings. Spiritually, we're a lot more connected than a lot of us realize. And there's other people going through similar things. Even if you feel that that's not possible, there's so many other people out there who can relate. And it's not uncommon to find some of those people when you both have healed, right? Or a group of you have healed, or kind of gotten past that period, and then you can share your experiences and go, wow, you were going through this almost exact same thing at the same time I was, and we really would have needed each other then, but at least we found each other now, right? So, okay. Well, we're going to get into the rest of your tarot cards now. I know that we've already touched on Lilith, the devil here. You know, honestly, she's such a strong figure, strong feminist, you know. Unapologetically her. I feel like that's a really strong symbol for somebody, so if you resonate with that, I would love to hear your story in the comments if you care to share. But all right, so we've got Page of Wands, Ace of Cups, and the Hermit. So I feel like these three are kind of telling a little bit of a similar story, especially because this Page of Wands is looking at this Ace of Cups, and so is the Hermit, right? So we've got the Hermit, really interesting imagery here. We've got some fire. You know, I might go ahead and read to you just briefly about this card. I don't want to get it wrong, and I don't fully remember the entire story of this card in this deck, and I feel like it's important. Some strong symbolism going on there. Oh, there we go. We're back. Sorry for that little break. I just needed to turn on some lights in here. It's starting to get a little dark for me to see the cards super well and see the detail. So we are going to take a look in this book, this guidebook about the Hermit, and I'll go ahead and hold that up for you if you do want to take a screenshot, see if we can get that to focus. There we go. But mostly I wanted to focus on these kind of keywords down at the bottom here. We've got both the negative interpretation of this card and the positive. So negative is isolation, marginalization, and fear of others, which I feel like is pretty relevant. We've kind of talked, you know, a little bit about that, especially in this card. And so positive is the creative solitude, mysticism, introspection, and the spiritual path. So I think that's really interesting as a message, particularly in this card, right? Because Ace of Cups can definitely look at that as kind of symbolizing that spiritual path, right? That spiritual knowledge, insight. Some people even call it enlightenment. And so we have both the Page of Wands, which is essentially a less evolved version of the Queen of Wands, right? And we have the Hermit, who, you know, is maybe coming from that dark place of you know, if we think about the negative so-called aspect of the card, this place of being in kind of that, you know, dark night of the soul, right? Kind of self-isolating, seeking that solitude, you know, hopefully turning that into healthy introspection, self-reflection, right? And then from there, evolving into that seeking of spiritual gifts, spiritual knowledge. And so I think it's really interesting that we have both the Page of Wands and the Hermit looking towards this Ace of Cups. So maybe that's, you know, wherever you are on this journey, right? Maybe that's relevant to you. Perhaps perhaps this is something you've already gone through, right? Or perhaps you're on that path of learning about spirituality. I mean, you are here listening to a tarot reading, and so, you know, this might really resonate with you, that you're starting to dive into this cup, dive into this water. And maybe you're yet to come to this, but, you know, you're starting to feel and see that light coming into that dark place. So beautiful. I think we'll move to the last part of your reading. So I have these 3 tarot cards that we pulled in your pile preparation, and just going to flip them over one by one. Oh my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. This has been happening all day in all of the readings. Just these incredible synchronicities. So this is the Ace of Cups. Yeah, so it's really, really, that is your central message, I think, for this month. You know, you've got literally the luminous warrior, right? The enlightened warrior. Enlightenment. You know, I think that's what you're seeking or continuing to develop this month is, you know, even here, right? Here, you see it in everything. Advice. Who you truly are. Where you're coming from. This journey. This central message. And you know, I think that the fact that the devil is in your message is just so poignant, because most people wouldn't look at the devil and think enlightenment, and yet Lilith, she's incredibly enlightened. She's eons ahead of, you know, Eve and Adam in the traditional Adam and Eve story, right? She is the knowledge. She is the forbidden fruit in a way, because she knows. She's been there. She's free. She's out in the world. She's living her life exactly the way she wants to, and harming no one, you know? In fact, she's helping others to reclaim that, break those chains, right? So maybe this is like final stage of evolution. All right, let's see what else we have here. Page of Vessels, that Page of Cups. Beautiful. Again, looking at this Ace of Cups here. I love otters, one of my favorite animals. And finally, the Six of Arrows, transition, gorgeous. So appropriate. Yeah. Okay. I feel like this kind of speaks for itself, but let's go through this. Yeah, so here we've got this Ace of Vessels. I actually really want to read to you from the guidebook on this beautiful Ace of Vessels, because there's so much symbolism in this card. So this is the Wildwood Tarot. Okay, here we go. I will hold that up for you in case you want to take a screenshot. Hopefully you can read all of that. Okay. So, description. A horned forest deer lowers its regal head to drink from a stream on which floats a swan, together with a tiny boat shaped like a new moon. The flow of water from the great stone cauldron enters the stream, which supports both the swan and the moon cup and feeds the deer. The meaning: the waters of life retain the ancient wisdom, ready for reawakening. The moonlit pool of the universal soul retains all memory, ready to renew the inspired quest. Yeah. Beautiful. So I feel like that last little bit there, ready to renew the inspired quest. I think that that's really the central meaning of your reading here for this next month, is either you're already there, you're already on that quest, or, that's your encouragement, your sign. No matter how dark it is where you are, seek that light, focus on the light, cultivate it, do what brings that light into your life, follow those signs, follow anything that lights you up, right? This page of vessels or otter, I feel like this is you. And otters are incredibly playful, so I think that this is a quick little nod to the fact that one of the best ways to seek the light is to play, Go out in nature, skip rocks across a pond, be silly. Do things that when you were a kid, when you were 5 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, to just make you laugh out loud. Give yourself permission to do that, even if it's just for 10 minutes one day, right? I think that will help bring that light. Maybe even bring, a change of direction. I feel like this otter is almost like pointing with its tail and its head and its whole energy and body, like whoop, just like boomerang, right back here to this beautiful water and light, the waters of life, right? Water of life. And then your final card for the reading is the Six of Arrows, which is also the Six of Swords, right? So it talks about that transition, which I think we've seen throughout your entire reading today, is really that transition, in a traditional Six of Swords card, in a traditional tarot deck, we see the boat and, somebody steering the vessel, and then usually they almost look like refugees in the boat, and behind them is choppy waters and ahead are smooth, right? And so the idea is that transition from a time of challenge and struggle and strife and difficulties and just, things happening that maybe you didn't have control over, moving into a time ahead that is more peaceful, smooth sailing ahead, right? That's the message that we get here. I think that having this full moon too, we just read about this new moon, right? So we've got new moon to full moon. So if that is resonant for you, if you're approaching a new moon, maybe this is talking about that time frame of those couple of weeks, that cycle moving from the new moon to the full moon, to just kind of hang on. There might be, might not be smooth sailing just yet, but I think by the time you're getting to that full moon, things will be a lot brighter. Okay, beautiful. I did say that this was your last card, but I'm actually feeling like I do want to draw just one or two clarifying cards. I feel like almost maybe some advice for you in this, if this is going to be, I want to shuffle them a little more first. If this is going to be maybe a really key transition time for you these next couple of weeks, or whenever that feels relevant to you, let's go ahead and just get some advice for that time period, if that relates to your situation, something that you're going through. So I will take uprights if they flip. I'm feeling like 2 cards. Okay, Seven of Swords, interesting. Don't think another one flipped. No. Okay, double again. Wow, guys. Yeah, I mean, you're going through it. I think there's some of you in this pile that are really having to deal with a difficult time, right? I mean, this is a much more traditional tarot deck. We've got this guy here who is taking the 5 swords and sneaking away with them. And now I do want to call, because it is coming to mind, I've heard some differing interpretations of this card from other tarot readings, and I actually really like this interpretation of, that this person is actually trying to prevent the battle, right? So he's snuck into a war camp, he's taking away the weapons, trying to essentially promote peace, maybe trying to facilitate conversation. And I think that was part of your opening message as well, of this luminous warrior. If you're being drawn into a quarrel, right, which almost feels like there might be some really tough things going on that are really maybe pulling you in. I think this advice here is to, take away those swords, right? Walk away from that battle. Don't approach it with your swords up, right? These are all pointing down. Put down that sharpness, those sharp words, those sharp thoughts. Look into your own mind and what kind of chains you to this way of thinking where it draws you into that quarrel, right? That conflict mindset, that us versus them, me versus you, see if there's a way to drop those chains of that mindset that maybe you grew up with or was modeled to you or society has pushed on you. Like, most of us have gotten that messaging our whole life. See if you can move to a different way, right? Look for that light, that different way. Turn your whole body. If you need to take a break and go play, right, to change your energy, change your vibe, find your way back to this feeling instead of this, do that. Stand up for yourself, right? Seek those messages of peace and bring that in, to the best of your ability. We can't control anybody else. All you can do is control your own behavior and your own energy, but you can control that. Absolutely. Let's get one more. I am feeling one more final card for a beautiful pile 3. What do they need to hear? Just one more card. Spirit. Thank you. All of the messages today. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay. Amazing. Okay. So this is the Queen of Wands. And this is the Queen of Cups. You've got Page of Cups, Page of Wands. You're evolving. You are absolutely evolving. This is 2 beautiful, not gender specific, so take this as it resonates, but 2 beautiful sides of a person, right? This spiritual, emotional maturity, having gone through it, right, and come out as this sensitive, caring, nurturing person who not only knows how to really, really do self-care, but can also essentially walk into a room and be that calming, cooling, peaceful presence, because that's what she has inside of her in her own energy. And then I love this Queen of Wands. My eye's always drawn to the sunflower and this volcano in the back. I mean, she's so powerful, right? And you might not know it to look at her, but you can feel it. She just has that intense fire burning inside of her, which we see symbolized back here. And the power to make things grow. And the power to make things just absolutely beautiful, right? I mean, to me, this has always looked a bit like a gravestone, okay? So maybe hearkening back to that message earlier. But, you know, life from death, rebirth. Look at her huge staff here, being incredibly powerful, right? Magical. Yeah. So, wow. I love this message. I hope that you claim it, take what you need from it, leave the rest behind. And I did this with the previous pile, so I just want to talk just a little bit about this moss agate. And I'm actually going to pull up my reference just so that I remember what I wanted to mention here. Give me just 1 second. Okay, thanks for hanging on. So, moss agate is considered to be the stone of new beginnings, all about attracting abundance and tapping into deep-set creativity. It promotes self-expression and communication, balances the emotions, releasing fear and stress, encourages trust and hope, and eliminates depression. It utilizes the energy of growth, expansion, new beginnings, nourishment, and health, and enhances vitality. And most importantly here, I think it helps us to understand and release wounds from our past and embark on a new life. Okay? So, absolutely beautiful. If you're able to have some moss agate, you know, maybe go purchase some, or if you know someone who has some that you can borrow, it's always a nice way to get some with the blessing of another. I would definitely encourage you to keep this nearby, you know, let it help you while you go through this transition here. All right, beautiful pile number 3. Thank you so much for sharing your energy with me today. I'm going to move these over just so that if you do want to see, oh, well, a little bright halo there. I had to turn on my overhead light, but that's okay. I feel like it fits. But yes, thank you for spending all this time with me today. It's been a long reading. If you've, I know some people like to watch all 3 piles, so if you've done so, you're a trooper. Please feel free to give me any feedback in the comments. You know, this is my first YouTube tarot reading, so hooray. I would love to get any feedback that anybody feels like giving would be wonderful. I'm hoping to post 2 to 3 readings a week, so we'll see if they're all this length. that may not happen. I think some other ones will be quite a bit shorter. So, but definitely, you know, if you like this reading, please like the video, like my channel, feel free to subscribe so that you get a notification, press the little bell, so you get a notification when I do post more readings. And I really hope to see you in future readings. So thank you so much for spending your time with me today. And again, this is a timeless message, so, you know, feel free to revisit, watch other parts of the reading. If you only watched one today and you feel called to another a different day, then that's totally appropriate to watch a different part of it on a different day. Okay, I'm going to let you go. I enjoyed this so much, and I can't wait to see you all again in the future. Bye-bye.